Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Senhor Keshe, gratidão por todo o seu amor, generosidade e paciência com todos os seres deste planeta e além dele. Feliz aniversário.
Olá, Sr. Keshe. Gostaria de desejar muitas felicidades e que todos os seus desejos se realizem agora e sempre. E mesmo sabendo que no seu aniversário, quem ganha o presente somos todos nós, pelo fato da sua presença nos trazer muita alegria. Muito obrigado e que o Criador sempre esteja te abençoando.
Senhor Keshe, muita gratidão por sua existência. Hoje a comunidade universal e os buscadores de conhecimento que buscam a paz estão em festa. Feliz aniversário e muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Keshe, por tanto amor e conhecimento que o Senhor tem compartilhado e por nos mostrar que sim, é possível viver pacificamente de forma simples. Espero que todos reconheçam a beleza do trabalho que o Senhor tem feito em toda a sua existência. Meus parabéns, Sr. Keshe, por mais um ano de vida manifestado nessa dimensão física e desejo a você um feliz aniversário e muito amor. Obrigado.
Querido Sr. Keshe, agradeço por mais esse ano que tivemos a oportunidade de passar junto a você. Agradeço pelo seu amor e incansável trabalho para levar ao homem a entender que há muito mais da vida do que aquilo que vemos na dimensão física. Celebro a sua vida e desejo um feliz aniversário.
Auguri, Mr. Keshe! Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
Auguri, Mr. Keshe.
Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for all. Thank you very much.
Sr. Keshe, agradecemos por plantar o seu amor em cada um de nós, por fazer surgir em nós o desejo de servir, por seu amor nos guiando para a luz. E do nosso jeito humano, dizemos que te amamos. Feliz aniversário.
Sr. Keshe, parabéns pelo seu dia. Que a luz do Criador te ilumine para sempre. Obrigado por compartilhar o conhecimento com todos nós.
Sr. Keshe, obrigada por aceitar o papel de ser nosso mestre, de nos guiar e transformar tantas vidas, por nos ajudar a ver através das nossas almas as belezas do Criador. Feliz aniversário, Sr. Keshe.
Obrigado, Sr. Keshe, por seu incansável trabalho para a humanidade e pela honra de poder testemunhar esse seu trabalho único, que nem meus maiores sonhos eu imaginaria ser possível de acontecer nesta vida. Feliz aniversário, Sr. Keshe.
And welcome each and all of you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 4th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Korik, and along with each and every one of the participants that are here today. And I just thought we'd play the birthday wishes for Mr. Keshe, which of course was on August 2nd. And I never realized that the Universal Council also had an anniversary at the same time. That this Universal Council, or part of this governing structure on this planet, was created in a way at the same time as Mr. Keshe's birthday. And of course, I'm sure just walking on this planet, he's had thousands of birthdays, and of course in the universe, millions. But once the soul is created, does it have a birthday, or just does it continue on its existence? We know in the matter state, we do celebrate them. And of course, if you'd like to say anything to Mr. Keshe, I'm quite grateful that he's come to the planet and started to reveal a very small amount of this unlimited amount of knowledge, let's say. So I'm glad when he came here, he didn't sell out. And as he said, he could have lived the life of a king, given billions and billions of dollars for his technology. But he decided to, as his mission called for, to awaken or enlighten or raise from the dead in so many ways mankind into a new understanding, a new enlightenment. Otherwise, we would have probably continued on the same path, no difference, trying to get more like a squirrel, collect as many nuts as you can, only to realize your demise is in a very short period ahead. So we thank you, Mr. Keshe, for all the enlightenment, all the knowledge, all the sharing here and across the universe. We know that he's just not teaching mankind, but those who hear the soul of Mr. Keshe are also becoming more enlightened to this knowledge. We don't understand everything. I think we only see a glimpse of what's in store and what the total plan is. But if anybody would like to wish Mr. Keshe wonders, I know one of the wishes of the Universal Council member is that we unite with the wishes of Mr. Keshe, which is, of course, bringing peace to this planet as a step in joining with our larger family. So we're quite appreciative. Most of these things we're hearing, we've never heard before, and we've never heard it put in the way Mr. Keshe has put it. Again, there's still a lot of mystery for many of us, but we know we're going in the right direction, and our souls are here for a purpose, and that is to bring the change to this planet. And he said it's up to humanity to do it, and humanity will do it. whether it's this generation or the following generation. So if anyone would like to make a comment before we go to the World Peace Treaty, feel free. And of course, you don't even have to speak it. You can just connect with Mr. Keshe on the soul level, as his soul is always available for all of you. And you can take as much as you need, but you can't take it all, as he said in a number of locations. So would anybody like to make a comment? Okay, Gail, I'm just looking for you to make a co-host here. There we go. And before we go any further, let's read the World Peace Treaty, which is what, in a way, all these teachings are about: finding peace within ourselves, peace within the environment, and then peace within the universe. And so this is the World Peace Treaty that world leaders, religious leaders, and others who choose to sign it will sign. Again, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul, because as we know, once we go out into space, we'll most likely never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. World Peace Treaty. And this is for all of us. And there's much more in it, I think. Even though it looks brief and it looks rather simple, there's much more in it than we even realize at this point. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name there, signature, date, position, again, on behalf of. Have it witnessed. I think the witness will be enlightened as well. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, we know the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces on this planet and across the universe. So everything we encounter in the dimension of energy or in the dimension of physicality is all, in a way, a face of the Creator. Even though we don't see the Creator, the souls that are there are built above and on top of the soul of the Creator. This is why the Creator can experiencing everything simultaneously. Again, it's quite a deep knowledge. I don't understand it completely, but we continue to, again, dig deeper and deeper into this knowledge. That is what we call universal knowledge. I was talking to someone the other day about the soul and this and that. They said, how do you know these things? I said, this is universal knowledge. And this is how we understand it. Again, man's knowledge has not reached very far in comparison to the knowledge of the universe. And it's mostly been relegated to the matter state of things. And now the Keshe Foundation, through Mr. Keshe and other scientists, are opening up this other dimension of energy, and that we can operate in this dimension of energy and operate both in the physicality as well. So this is quite a revelation for all of us, but there are even more dimensions than the physical dimension or the energy dimension. But in time, we'll be preparing for it. In the meantime, we have to prepare for the world peace, which, again, could be sailing into some quite choppy waters. But as we know, the Keshe Foundation and Universal Messengers are well seasoned for this type of work, as they've been doing very similar things around the universe for millions of years. So yes, we're stubborn, we're hard-headed, but Universal Messengers have much patience, and as he said, this has already been laid out centuries ago. So the peace will be delivered. It's here. And we're just helping to, in a way, usher it in a very small way. But I think our role will grow as the knowledge seekers and the awareness of this new knowledge comes into a bigger view on this planet. As I said, we've never realized these other knowledges, these other dimensions that were, again, right in front of us, but we haven't had the enlightenment or the elevation to fully see it or completely understand it at this point. But we're growing into it. All of us are growing into it at different speeds and different strengths. So we'll be covering, of course, the 549th Knowledge Seekers Workshop today. And again, many, many more openings of the way this knowledge will come in, or the one planet formation will start to take more and more shape over the coming time. We have this YouTube channel that's coming into view. We haven't seen it posted yet, but just to cover this, this is our Spaceship Institute, where you can find many videos and things, but this is not the channel where you'll see the new YouTube channel. It's not going to be posted here. There's videos, there's playlists, and in different languages as well. So you can see, as Mr. Keshe said, there are so many different things here. For a beginner to come in and just try to unravel this is not so easy. So they're setting up a new YouTube channel, or perhaps on other platforms as well. I know Mr. Keshe had some concerns about it being taken down. So it's one of the directives to the knowledge seekers is that we spread it on the different platforms like BitChute or Brighteon or whatever other platforms you may come in contact with, that this humanity won't be blinded into what the next step, in a way, of this knowledge transfer to humanity is all about. He's also talked about new passports, the passport of peace, or soul ports, and he's indicating that the energy of peace has arrived when we can absorb energies as food rather than killing something to eat it to absorb energies. This is the energy of peace as I see it. And every citizen has the right to travel, whether you have $1 in your pocket or just a penny. And this is the idea of the transmutation and transportation, that if you're unhappy with your present conditions, you'll be able to move you and your family and probably some of your belongings to a new map location where you'll feel comfortable, you'll be fed, you'll have energy, you'll have health care, and the rest of this. So this is part of allowing humanity, in a way, to choose their position and location on this planet. And it's going to be open and available to every man. But it's going to start with the knowledge seekers first, and then humanity will follow. So in a way, you are part of the testing, part of the bringing, or part of showing what the human structure, the beauty and the grace of the structure we're in. Of course, there's going to be systems to support this work. We may not be able to do it immediately right away, but the systems will ingrain within us a bigger understanding the more you use them and the more you practice this understanding. So if anyone would like to say anything or make a comment of the last workshop and what we sort of heard from Mr. Keshe, again, to just take a few snippets doesn't seem fair in a way, but it's up to you to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. This is what Mr. Keshe is saying. You don't need any intermediaries, as there's no intermediaries between the Earth and the sun, with the sun telling the Earth how to rotate and what position it takes. So it's up to you to open this up and understand it for yourself. So in that way, when you do go into the universe, you won't be looking for someone, in a way, to guide you, to help you to understand. You're going to come into the universal community as equals in this energy dimension. Not so much, I think, in the matter state. Any comments or questions from anyone? Remember, you all have a microphone and you're free to share with the rest. Okay, this is our current YouTube channel, which you can find all the different videos from the Universal Council, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, other playlists, beautiful presentations here. Again, there's so much knowledge within this website right here that it'll take man probably thousands of years to unravel it all. But the new channel is all about teaching and understanding for new people and ourselves to understand more about this weight reduction of showing the UFO technology. Again, I don't fully understand it because he's talking about you being there in the dimension of energy. Someone talked earlier that he said there's no physicality to hassle with. So maybe you appear as some sort of hologram. We're going to cover a little bit of that, but maybe we can go to the Keshe Foundation store and just see what's being offered here. We know we have some new products that are out, and these are the Twinity Ganses. One's for the cycle for women, and one's for, I think, burns. I think he calls it the heat Gans, and the other is one for the eyes. And what was revealed in this is the one for the eyes, and what was revealed in the last one, if you have any sort of lenses, if you've had cataracts or new lenses put in your eyes, this product is not for you. Okay, so anyone who hasn't had any sort of lenses put in the rest of this. And this is the, yeah, he's calling it the heat Gans here, and this is apparently for burns and maybe migraines, but this one is definitely to balance out the cycle for women and also could help with the migraines. And these products are also, in a way, part of the transmutation. I don't particularly understand that, but if anyone does, he said they'd be, in a way, used in Washington, where he said people would not need a visa or a passport. If they were bold enough, they could transmute into Washington. So those are 3 of the new products that are in the store. And of course, we have the transmutation tests, which continue. And these have been, in a way, compressed into shorter sessions, 2 hours in a way. And again, they're getting things pre-positioned in a way. He talked about this fine tuning near the in part of the workshop here, and he said the fine tuning is much more difficult than the big tuning. He talked about this planet, but I also equate that to ourselves, where we go into these sessions. Sometimes we don't feel, or we don't see any fireworks or sparks. You may feel energies or other things within the session. But as he said, they're fine tuning. I think small changes are being made. As I said, if you're going to replace teeth or something like that, you just don't pull out every single tooth in somebody's mouth and start replacing them. You may go 1 at a time or 2 at a time. And I think this is what's happening in these transmutation tests. And of course, we've heard that people's fingers have changed. Other things have changed within these transmutation tests. And what I noticed this week, and we had Dining with the Creator back in, I think, the end of 22, the beginning of 23, that I noticed for 2 days in this week, I didn't eat until dinner time. And that's been one of my wishes. If we can absorb the energy rather than killing to receive it, I think we've made quite a bit of progress. And so for 2 days in a row this week, I didn't eat until the 5 or 6 o'clock at night. And it's almost everything else was the same. I still had coffee during the day and the rest. But I hadn't even noticed that I was hungry. It came to about 6 o'clock, and I probably could have gone longer, but I decided I would have something to eat. So that happened 2 days in a row to me this week. And so I thought that was a change in a way, and maybe that's one of these small changes, because part of our understanding is, and in space as well, is not to take others' energies to sustain our own, which means we have to kill something. So if we can absorb energies, and maybe the way I'm doing that for the last couple of months, or maybe 3, I've been using about 3 drops of the CH3 salty, meaning it has the amino acids in there, on my tongue or under my tongue every day, just 3 little drops in a very small dropper. I think 20 drops make a milliliter, something like that. But I've been only using 3 drops. And perhaps that's part of it in combination with the transmutation tests and the rest. But the small changes are what's happening, I believe, in these tests, although some people have reported other more spectacular things. But again, as you're doing this surgery, or in a way putting things back into their original position in the, as they were at the point of inception or creation in the womb of the mother, this is actually what's happening. So small changes. And of course, the energies have to be accepted into the body as well. But I just thought I'd give that example of something that I noticed happening to me this particular week. And I thought one day was interesting, but 2 days, that's something else. Then, of course, the 3rd day I did have a little bit for breakfast, but in a way, I think I'm absorbing more energies. It's not about not eating, it's about stopping the killing. And of course, when you go into space, that will not be allowed. Otherwise, you'll be put in the penalty box or sent back to where you came from. And so that's the transmutation test. That goes on the 3rd Friday of every month. We'll continue with the August sessions, the September sessions, and the October. Again, prepping for the conference in Iran, where he's talked about opening a suitcase and seeing the plasma in conjunction with the soul actually manifest into something you can see, or perhaps you can't see it. I'm a little bit confused on that as well, but he did say you would see the craft build itself right in front of your eyes. And that's the whole other understanding in a way, because there's no doors on this craft that's going to be created or creating itself. You have to actually transmute into the system. It's the beginning of the Oasis system, as I understand it, where shelter, food, medicine, travel, and all the rest are all included in one system. So what he's going to show in Iran and the continuation in Washington and Moscow is this Oasis system, which you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. It's almost like the what they carried through the desert in old times in the holy books, this sort of thing that created manna and probably some water and the rest of this for people to survive in a very harsh environment. So this may be part of the Oasis system. Again, never been done or never been seen before. But I think, again, it's probably for the matter state. Again, we have this understanding of there's 2 dimensions we can operate in. So that's the transmutation test, which you can find there. And this is the Iran conference coming up. And this is the offer from the Keshe Foundation that you'll meet in Vienna. And then you'll have to get yourself to Vienna. And then, of course, move with a group. Everyone's going to meet in Vienna and then move with a group into Isfahan. And of course, the cost is 7,500 euro. It'll be, in a way, a 2-week period starting on, I think, the 14th of November. And this will go on for 7 days. And then there'll be a second week where diplomats, militaries, the Iranian government, others will show some of their advanced technology, perhaps, and some from the more from the Keshe Foundation as well. So this is another offer. If you can't make this one, the Washington conference is coming up next, which again, this will be in the United States, but he said some very interesting things about this Washington conference. If you were bold enough, you didn't need a visa. You didn't even need your passport, because you're going to be there without physicality. Perhaps it's this hologram that somebody was describing earlier. Any comments on this? Because he said if they go to hassle you or lock you up in a way and try to put handcuffs on you, there'll be no physicality there for them to arrest. So you must be able to be seen, to be approached, to ask for credentials, but at the same time, if they go to take you in, there's no physicality to take in. So this is a bit of an anomaly to me as well. Again, you'll be there on the soul level or in the dimension of energy, but perhaps you'll look as a hologram. And we know how beautiful these holograms are today, where we see speakers making presentations, and at the end they said to the audience that wasn't the actual person you were seeing, this was a hologram in a way. But I don't think we'll be creating holograms, but it'll be very similar to that. Of course, there's the research teams. If you want a long-term involvement in a way with the Keshe Foundation, each one of these sessions will be 1 year. And they're looking, again, they're going to start with 100 research members from all nationalities and backgrounds. And the cost is €25,000, and you'll have to provide your own food and shelter. But of course, you may be fed, and there may be some other big surprises. So you can take up a specialty of energy or agriculture or wellness or space travel for a year, overseen by Mr. Keshe directly, as I understand it. And I believe there'll be interchanges between these research groups. Hopefully we'll see one in Arizona, we'll see one in China, and we'll see one in Iran, but it'll also extend to other nations like Brazil and like Russia. So he wants this opened up to the whole world in a way, that scientists and researchers, whether you're from China, whether you're from the United States or Moscow, can all work together. The Iranians and the Americans, as he said, we're going to leave the national flags outside the door. There'll be none of this sort of my nation and your nation and the rest. And that's one of the questions Mr. Keshe asked at the beginning of the workshop that you'll have to ask yourself is, who am I? And we'll be covering that shortly. So this is another offer from the Keshe Foundation that if you're in this, I know many people have families and things, they just can't up and leave their family without any support or anything. So we'll have to see how all this plays out and what can be done. And of course, what you can do, as we did with some of the knowledge seekers that went to Senya, we actually well, I think the German community did more than some of the others, but it's happened in other communities, or from people just making a donation. You can actually help finance these monthly sessions for people who don't have the funds to go in. You can help finance the research group for someone, or even partially do that, and some other just regular donations to the Keshe Foundation. As Mr. Keshe indicated, we're going to need quite a bit of funding. Yes, I see a mic has come open. Did you want to say anything? Maybe not. So feel free to make a donation, and as we know, as you give, you will receive, whether it's in the financial, we're not giving to receive, but that's part of the natural process. When you give, whether it's energies out of yourself or out of your physical resources, you will receive. And again, it's not always immediate, and it may not be in your own generation. It could be for your children, your grandchildren, or others down the line. So consider making donations to the Keshe Foundation. As Mr. Keshe said, we operate on what the foundation receives in donations. Oops, let me go back to that. Okay, so that we've covered that as well. A bit of it, anyway. So the transmutation test, very affordable, €600 for those who can afford it, 2-hour sessions. We have the Iran conference coming up, and also the Washington. So if, again, as I said, if you can't make Iran, perhaps you can make Washington, or perhaps you can transmute into Washington. He's indicating that people who participate in these monthly sessions, in a way, have already applied for Washington and have already been accepted. So this is the research as we just covered. So there's some offers as well as the 3 new products, and we're hoping to order some of those, and maybe we'll find someone who has a daughter or someone who's has a hard time in this point of time in the month for women, and we'll share that with them under the condition, in a way, that they write a 1 or 2 page report. I'm probably not going to order it until next month. As he said, the shipping within the foundation, most people are on holiday right now until about the middle of August. Well, yeah, now we're in August, but probably the later this month, I'll be ordering 3 of these products, and then I'll use 1, and hopefully we can have a test with another, and we'll see what happens with the 3rd product. So we're looking forward to the YouTube channel. And of course, he's talking about new passports as well, the soul ports. But let's hear a little bit more within the workshop. Maybe we should start from the beginning. And I'll have to, in a way, line this up. And we're going to move this to, no, we're going to keep this here, actually. We'll go back to the, let's go back to the beginning, I think. And here, Mr. Keshe, explain a little bit more. Okay, we're going to just bring this one over here. We're going to shrink it down. Again, this is not a Hollywood production. This is, in a way, on the on the fly. As okay, we're going to go to about minute 17, and we'll start listening. What's in store for this planet, for humanity, for the Keshe Foundation, and then we'll continue on. Feel free to stop it, make any comments, take any exception you'd like to what's being said. Again, this is quite far-fetched for most people. They don't really have the field strength to think this could be possible. And most of us knowledge seekers are just, in a way, the pioneers or the front runners. And for some reason, we're able to believe without seeing, where most people say to me, you'll have to show me first before I can believe. But we elevate their soul regardless.
And guide through today's workshop. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
That was a big yes.
That was a good one. Yes. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, whenever and wherever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers program from Keshe Foundation Space Institute. We welcome you back, and in the coming time, with what we heard as an intro and what we see as the next step in the progressive development of this technology, most of us will have to answer one question. And that question is, what is my nationality? Where do I belong to? And who I am? Who am I? And am I part of me? Or am I part of us? Or am I part of totality as all of us in the universe?
So these are questions you're going to have to ask yourself, and hopefully you go for the larger dimension, because you are part of the totality, even though we don't quite realize it. We think our life comes and goes here and that's it. But it's much bigger, as we understand every end is a new beginning. And this is part of what we're practicing. So with this transmutation process, when the final bell rings or the final call, we actually have a good understanding of how to operate, I think, in the universe, where most people just fear death. They want to stay here longer. But as Mr. Keshe said, he's ashamed to be in the clothes of the man in so many ways. I thought we'll play Ed's video, which they played in the Universal Council questions with the UC, which was very interesting. This is, I think, about 7 minutes. But again, Mr. Keshe is talking about this new structure on this planet that is being set up. And we go back to, I'm not sure which workshop, maybe in the 400s, but we can see how he's been patiently laying out the plan. This is what's coming. Be prepared for it. I think a lot he's talking to us, but he's also talking to the world leaders and also the scientific community about what's happening, because there are some serious ramifications by not accepting the technology or continuing to block after the nationals in the nation become aware of it. So let's hear Ed's video, which he made some time ago, but it's a very beautiful video. And again, it's laying out what's coming into this one nation, one planet situation here.
No borders. We can't track people anymore. No banking system, because we'll meet most of our needs. No restriction on governments to be abusive against their citizens. You don't like to live in this map condition, you move to another within seconds. No persecution, because in putting you in prison to persecute you, you can move your body from the cell. There's a lot of things with it. One planet, one nation, one race. You choose the place and space you want to live, where and what time and where to be. There is no need for visas and all the things we create. We are better, you come into us. Why the nations have created this visa business and passport business and restriction? Because we've stolen from you for long enough. Now we want to keep it. You can't have it. That's all it is. And the rest has to follow, because if you want to go with the thieves, they asked us to make you something, we give you a passport. Look at the whole visa situation and passport situation in reality in the back. There is no abuse. You'll be in Rome, Paris, in Tehran, or in Africa, or whatever, because they can't abuse you, because you can move on. Would there be refugees? And all these things will become in the history book of them. Very soon, very, very soon. The biggest problem will be the officials who think they can lose control. For this gas enhancement units, which we put in the market now, you buy it, we try to make it them what they call car conversion of it. Put it in the back of your car. Nobody can tell you how much you can drive. You don't have to have a fear if you have the money to drive the car. If you're paying €50 a week for the fuel, which most of the people do to go to work or shop or whatever, that's $2,500 you don't pay anymore. That's half of it taxes to the government, which you don't pay, which you have to cover. But the other half does not go to Saudi Arabia. We see the richest monarch, the most abusing nation of their own nationals. As I said to the people we were in this morning, you signed a contract for hundreds of billions to get the supply, and now you don't need. What are you going to do with that 400 billion? It will come to our governments, these things very soon, that we need to be governed by one word. And sooner or later, we set the scene, we imply and apply the scene that it goes through the Universal Council. You will see in a matter of handful of years, Universal Council will be one of the leading positions even within the United Nations. In a structure, one nation, one planet, one race is I'm a citizen of the planet Earth. That's all it is. Then which part will you come from? I come from the green part called Europe. I come from the desert part called Africa, the north part of the. I come from the forest side is called Brazil. We don't call ourselves, I'm a Brazilian, Chinese or whatever. They don't know you. They just see a feature of the soul of the man created on planet Earth. As I explained to you, one of the knowledge is when you travel the depths of the universe, the soul of those who come from Earth is very distinct. They know this soul it comes from Earth. It's like you Chinese going into Paris and trying to speak French or English. You're still Chinese. Because we see that feature, soul of the man in space has a feature which is the feature of the strength of the souls from this planet. The good thing with Keshe Foundation is that we are not theoretical, we're delivering, and knowledge, science, technology, politics all comes together. We're proud you're born in this time and place that you can see this transition. My great-grandmother used to say, I've seen how your great-grandfather used to go with camels from Afghanistan to Palestine and come back once a year. I've seen how we went to the cars and the bus and the planes and whatever it is. In my little eye, I've seen big changes. And with your little eyes and your soul, from now on, you see bigger changes in a very short time than our parents or forefathers seen in centuries. Because you're doing it for yourself, and there's not somebody else to do it. That you don't need to learn how to become a pilot or have a car to drive or go to the airport to take a flight. All that now, you're responsible, you're captain of your soul. And you decide, I put my soul into abuse.
Well, thank you, Ed, and thank you, Mr. Keshe. Again, if you think this is a pipe dream, you're in store for something else coming. It's almost like if you wish you had someone would come by and renovate your home because you don't have the funds to fix it. You may have a leaky roof and some other problems, and all of a sudden somebody shows up and says, guess what? We're here to renovate your home. Well, this is the process that's going on this planet. It's coming into the one planet nation. Again, it'll take time, but it's already set up and it's already been established by the universal community. And again, there are no amateurs at bringing this process into being, let's say. And this is what's going to happen. And he's calling for the world governments to get ready to understand what's here. And he's not waiting. He's moving ahead with this technology. And that's probably why he's, in a way, received some flack or some other warnings about his gas unit and other technologies. They don't want to lose control of their populations or their kingships in so many ways. But as he explains in this video, with the Belgian king, who Mr. Keshe predicted he would abdicate, and he did abdicate within, I think, less than a year after they asked Mr. Keshe to leave the nation. So this is what's happening on this planet. Again, most people will say it'll never happen. I hear this so many times when I try to explain to people, but I just explain them, and then their soul understands what's going on. And we're all part of this process. So that's why the elevation of world leaders, religious leaders, and other ones, scientific community, to accept the changes that are for sure to manifest themselves on this planet. So thank you, Ed, and thank you to the Brazilian team for translating his work. Let's go back to the beginning of the workshop again, and we continue. Any comments, questions, thoughts?
As we announced last week, opening the new YouTube channel and then starting to show the new development in space technology, prelude to the presentation in Iran and then in Washington next year. We hope that in the coming weeks, in making it public and taking away the flight system from the hand of the couple of nations who are testing and have had some success with it, the technology comes out of the Keshe Foundation and the way that we need to establish the one nation policy. This is important as tomorrow is the birthday of the Universal Council. Some years ago, when today the team of the Keshe Foundation was working on establishing the principles of the Universal Council and its mandate to be celebrated the 2nd of August, we were with some knowledge seekers in the beautiful island of Sanya. And that night, as we said before, we witnessed UFOs, massive, large structures above the building, above where we were.
Now, I don't know if he meant in Brazil, in Brasilia, or he meant in Sanya, because I was in Sanya and I don't remember, unless this happened before we arrived, anyone talking about massive UFO, large structures above the building. No one mentioned it to me. Anyone?
Yeah,
Yes?
I believe that was the previous one when they set up the Universal Council and they worked on that in Sanya.
2017, I think.
Okay. Was this the one in Brasilia? I know it's happened a number of times where they've seen
Sanya.
In Sanya. Okay.
That's where they set up the council.
Okay. No one had mentioned that. I didn't hear anyone talking about UFOs above the building or anything like that. Of course, I arrived a few days late.
No. Years earlier, previous conference in Sanya.
Okay. Okay. Now I understand. Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
And the biggest problem for us today, as we open the new channel, maybe tonight or tomorrow, and start uploading the same as what we did with the 129 Tesla test, and how do we run this structure? The heading or the first page, when you open the new YouTube channel, reads very simple. It says the new space era and energy for peace. Energy of peace, the energy of plasma. When man discovered the atomic and nuclear science, with it came the wars, destructions, and threat of annihilation of humans. Now that we go into the structure of the neutron, proton, and electron, we discover the energy of peace, prosperity, and freedom of the man from the earth resources, and even allowing humans to travel into the depth of the universe using the magnetic field and their interaction, which leads to creation of neutron, proton, and electron themselves.
Yes? I'm going to mute your mic. Okay, so again, this is something that most of the citizens of this planet are not aware of what is coming. I know they've been wishing for it for hundreds of thousands of years, but most have no clue of how close this is and what sort of knowledge this is. And this is part of the work of the knowledge seekers as the early pioneers to start opening this up. As Mr. Keshe said, the knowledge seekers will do it first and the world is going to follow. So it's all set up. It's ironclad in a way. The timing, there's no particular timing, depends how world leaders, world governments, and the rest of us in a way respond, but it's in the process of happening. There's just a few little touches that needs to be put on it.
So with this new addition to the knowledge of humans, the energy for peace has been gifted to humanity. And peace energy becomes the source of prosperity of mankind and the freedom from all the shackles to this planet. In achieving this, and now that we are testing and independently from any government, launching the transportation and transmutation system, and as I said, with 129, you are witness to it. You'll be witness to failures and successes and everything which will happen on a live testing. As we load frequently short videos or information about the test. But this brings one of the biggest problems for all of us. And as of today, we announced the establishment of one nation as establishing and preceding, as we did with our coins, with cash coins, and then the structure of Universal Council. We start structuring what we call passports, or in a way documents that on you arriving in a hotel or in a village in the United States or in China, you're not considered as an immigrant who escaped in or escaped out or entered illegally. Transmutation becomes part of the structure. And very much as I was talking to the Keshe Foundation past few days, when the Bitcoin came, everybody was against it. And everybody stopped it. And everybody said there's something wrong with it. But now it's become a norm and is accepted. And as we know, for example, that one of the biggest holders of the Bitcoin is the government, which opposes it totally, is the United States government with 210,000 Bitcoins as a stock, holding 1% of the total assets. While the same thing will happen to us. We have established this new system. We have established a new technology. So we have to create a condition that those who use our technology travel with a document, not necessarily in a paper form, but in acceptable form, in a plasma data technology that the governments accept, which brings respect to the knowledge and technology, which means when we land you in Washington, maybe 100, 1,000 of you from every corner of this planet, the American government cannot tell us, how did you enter? Why you entered? And the way you entered. So the Keshe Foundation in the coming weeks is working on the structure it that we create a database for all the citizens of this planet, which we hope the international structure of the governing body of the Keshe Foundation as a universal council, and then the Earth Council in the coming time, in conjunction most probably with United Nations and all the nations, will accept this data of information, which means every citizen on this planet has the freedom to travel, and we accept the coexistence of the nations. The border lines will disappear as we have no say in how to control. In the coming time, we'll advise the government in how to finance their structure that does not need taxation the way we see today. It's done on other planets, it's done on other corners of this universe, and it works. Why shouldn't it work on this planet? Which means in the coming weeks and months, we start creating a plasmatic data transfer information, which means no one can break into your data. Is kept by you and only you in the dynamic system of the plasma of the what you call structure between the emotion, the soul of the man, and the soul of physicality. The strength field which connects you back to Earth, which is the most important part of this identification, which means if you go on the Mars, you can always come back. This is the source where you want to come to. If you go to another part of the universe, this is the source you come to. Where you go to Washington, you want to go to London, is the source where you go back to. But at the same time, we have a data control in an information dynamic structure that every citizen of this planet has identity according to strength field of the soul. There's no paper to burn, there's no one to hide. It's the fingerprint of the soul of the man. And this needs the development of new computer type memory structure, which is already in hand. Many of you have used it, but you have no knowledge of it. If you made different parts of the Keshe Foundation technology at home, in the garage, in the kitchen, or wherever, you have already known this data information package.
Anyone want to elaborate on this part? Apparently there's going to be some sort of plasmatic data package. New computers will have to be created in a way. But he's saying if you've made any of this, or if you've worked on this technology in the garage or in the kitchen, you've already known this data information package. Is the GANs itself, which has intelligence, and is it reporting back to a major system about your soul and your interactions? Again, this is we think we understood it all, but there may be more in a way, a lot more.
I remember orange on the cup, the transfer of data. So if we're able to transfer data, that means there's a storage somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And those are the questions I was going to ask Alex, if he understood that. That was going to be my question to Alex, but since you brought it up.
Okay. I don't know if he's available or he's still touching up his presentation. But when I asked Mr. Keshe that if we're taking the fields of the orange and we're in a way killing the orange, he says, no, we're not taking the fields of the orange. We're replicating its fields, he said to me. So it's not that the fields in a way are transferred, but the system is replicating those fields of the orange that it's giving out. Anyone else? Alex?
Well, I think you're correct, Mark. Did Mark answer your question?
Yeah, I was thinking that has to be the part Mr. Keshe was talking about. So I wasn't sure how to explain it, but I know orange in a cup has some kind of data transfer, if you call it that. And then obviously there has to be storage, and nano retains, and it's a transfer on energy. So I just need more or better explanation to articulate that. That's all.
The nano is a transfer of energy. The GANS is a storage of the energy. And the reason for that is because it has more room. It's at the point of the nano that we transfer that information. This is the part that we have to understand. So when we're talking about the 3 dimensions and we're talking about the transition zone, so what you were referencing is the transition zone of the data. So the data has to be contained in a certain dimension, and then to go to another dimension, it has to cross over transition zone. Is that answering your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to offer something?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to continue. Alex, you're saying it's the transition, okay, and the GANs is the one that is the storage. So actually, where is it transitioning to? The soul, our soul of the man?
That is one, yes, of course, because the soul of the man is the manifestation of all the data from the soul of the creator. But if you look at the soul of the creator or the soul of the man as a field, then any field will do. That there really actually is no discrimination that way. What is a discriminating factor is whether or not that particular energy is welcome to that particular field. And so this becomes the discerning factor. Whether we absorb or whether we shield ourselves from that particular energy is determined by the compatibility or the common denominator of that particular field. So the data transfer goes from field to field, and then the choice is determined by all the resident factors within that field. They all have a say in that. And this is one of the reasons that we can travel through the universe, because the manifestation of our field, which, as you say, is the soul of the man, is a universal structure. And so as a universal structure, we can go through the universal community, but we will always retain that signature That becomes a unique fingerprint. That becomes our emission spectrum. And because it's an emission spectrum, that means it can emit from one field to another. And if it can emit from one field to another, then it can also absorb from one field to another, because the emission and absorption of this is a two-way street, and it always is the function of the energy exchange. That's why it's called an exchange. You know, if there is no exchange, then it's called a burglary.
Wow. And what happens if you're, okay, we talk about, let's say someone has lost their imprisonment and the cuffs have fallen. So now when they come out, they're going to be at a certain information level or data level in the soul. So they will be unable to go to some places because they haven't matured. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
not
does.
me.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Mark. Did you want to say?
No. He was just saying later on that if you're going to carry an arm, you won't be able to transmute. I mean, arms. Or if you're going to cause harm to another person, no transmutation for you. Or if you're going to cause problems, no transmutation. So people who transmute to certain places, I think they'll have a beautiful environment without people that want to do harm or cause problems or bring weapons in.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. So if you're going to transmute, you need to transmute to a place that will welcome you. And if they're going to welcome you, you have to be in a welcoming fashion. And you cannot be in a welcoming fashion when you're coming with, a warmongering attitude. And then that's why we're in quarantine. So as I say, it's a two-way street. We have to be congenial, and the hosts have to be congenial. And so in order for us to be welcomed, the environment has to be welcoming. And yeah, so we get to decide. I mean, if you've ever been at a place and you found that, well, you don't fit in, well, this is the point. So you're going to leave. And you're going to want to leave, because that's if you don't, then you're shall we say acquiescing to the imprisonment, because that's what it boils down to. You don't have to become a victim of that environment, but you now have the choice to do that. It's the part of the Knowledge Seekers workshops is to inform us that we have always had this capability, and just because we've forgotten how to use it doesn't mean that we don't have it. We have to reignite it, if you will, practice and enjoy it. And in order to do that, we have to stop contributing to the energy leaking practices and start contributing to the energy absorbing practices, which are gravitational feeding for us. So we get to choose what we get fed. And in that process, one might think that what we are emitting then is our garbage. And that is not true. What we are emitting is what we want to achieve.
Alex, if we transmute to that environment, we have to be in sync, or to where the environment welcomes us. It has to be in agreement. Now, I remember going through what Mr. Keshe said, that when Jesus Christ transmuted, apparently the Holy Books told us that he was not able to be recognized. But is that the same thing that will happen with what Mr. Keshe was describing? Because he mentioned that we have to start learning the plasma passports. So apparently our physicality might be altered to this present situation right now, where you transmute, you might not look the same way based on your passport, but since we have this digital plasma collection, it could be helpful to identify who is. Is that so?
Okay, so there's 2 points in your question. One has to do with the difference between digital and analogous. So the discernment is analogous, and the tendency to be digital is to try and put you in a slot, like in a post office box, and that's not the way we work. But to understand the true intention, you have to look at the emission of the soul of the man, so you don't see the physicality. So what does that mean? That means the physicality is, for us, the same thing that we experience when we go to a masquerade party. It's a covering, and we all like to dress up as something, and hopefully that something is very welcoming, and if that charade or that masquerade that you're wearing, you have to ask yourself, what is that purpose? Is that purpose for entertainment, or is that purpose to shield your fear, or is that a genuine purpose, for deception? We look at some of the couples who masquerade around as world leaders, and you have to ask yourself, what are they thinking? And if as we become awake to the narrative and what it means, then we have to understand that the masquerade can also be concealed in words, because the words are a form of physical communication. So what are the forms of visible communication? Well, there's touch, sense, food or taste, sound, vision, and words. Thoughts are not there. Thoughts are constructs that you choose whether or not to construct those thoughts from the words that are spoken, or to construct those thoughts that are manifestations of the intention. So this is how you can become a lie detector, and this was a big problem for me, because once I discovered that I could tell how a person was lying because I didn't listen to the words, I listened to the soul. And then I realized how awkward that was, because I had to pretend that I didn't see their lie. And so I had to be fake, in other words, to accept your lie. Said, yeah, okay. And one of the most common lies, and especially in Canada, is, okay, I'll see you next Tuesday. Well, they didn't say which century. So, it's not specific enough, but the implication, the incomplete sentence is, it's implying, well, Tuesday, the nearest Tuesday is the next Tuesday that's coming. It's kind of like the logo that you see with the police cars, to serve and protect. So, everybody assumes it's to serve and protect the citizens. Well, it's what are police? Police are policy officers. And who writes the policy? Well, the wealthy and the powerful, and they write it for themselves to protect themselves. So that becomes their shield. But that shield is an artificial shield. Once we know that they're lying, now the question is, how do you deal with it? Well, the first way to deal with it is not to leak, not to exhaust your energy and saying, oh, God, you see what they did? And then, and maybe that's what you have to do to facilitate the awareness, but maybe that's what you have to do because that's all you can do, because in the absence of a solution, the next manifestation is depression. Oh, what a terrible world we live in. Well, it's like going somewhere and they say, oh, look at the mess. Well, if you are a garbage collector, you're saying, hey, buddy, stand away from my method of providing a living for my family. Okay, so I appreciate your comment, but this is my livelihood. Without that garbage, I don't have a job. So this is what I have to do. And so we all have this choice. What do we want to do and how do we contribute to society? And well, if we were all garbage pickers, wouldn't this world be a much cleaner place? But some of us revel in our capability of producing garbage. And that, when you say garbage, is it a physical? Is it manufactured waste? Is it garbage thinking? What constitutes the garbage? So we have to have discernment. And the only way that you can have discernment is to understand that there is a physical manifestation and as a result from that. But the truth lies in the emotional connection. So the truth in the physical manifestation causes an emotional feedback. And that is the truth, but it's not the truth, because the truth comes from the emotional feeding. So what we have is a convergence of two emotions. And then we have to have a reconciliation of those two emotions and decide if both sides are true, then we can say that we're in heaven, and that would be a welcome place to go to. But if both sides were opposed, then you would say, well, that's an unwelcome thing. And so we can do this on a plasmatic level. And this is one of the reasons that we're in quarantine here, because what we're emitting is false. It's a deception. And the only people that we're deceiving is ourselves. So this becomes part of the advanced knowledge seekers workshops. Wow, I didn't expect that long an answer. Thank you.
Okay, and as Mr. Keshe said, in the transmutation process, you can change things. You want to be a little taller, you want to be a little lighter, you want to change the complexion, that's all possible. And this is what Christ did, because if they would have saw him as the man they took down from the cross and they see him walking away, they say, excuse me, sir, aren't you the man we just took off the cross? We're going to have to put you back up there. So he did change his appearance, that he couldn't be recognized, but it's the same soul and the same soul of physicality, as I understand it.
So that becomes a form of deception, doesn't it? But what is the intention of that deception? So you've just described, a very important reason for that deception. So he's
He had to hide himself, yeah.
Yeah, he's masking around as a human. And and then that's sometimes what you have to do. But are you, what is the intention? And are you trying to deceive someone for the purposes of undermining them and their self-serving needs? Or are you using it to fulfill your self-serving needs, but not at the expense of others? This is the key difference.
And of course, we're coming into the... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ike.
Go ahead, Ike. You're the farthest away. You're on the edge of the.
It's part of the deception you're talking about. That's part of that overhaul. If Mr. Keshe is embarking on this big project, everyone has to accept it, because if they're not able to trust this plasma passport and they don't understand it, so it has to be a process where every nation has to understand that yes, it's not hackable, because the plasma passport involves these types of data energy transfer that is so unique, but it has a commonality to it, which is the soul that everyone has. So these are things that has to be understood. Otherwise, it will be, okay, somebody is deceiving. This is not who he is. This is that kind of stuff. I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, exactly. So is that an invader or is that a tourist, right? Can we put that as a question?
Okay, he's ready to convey a little bit more about this passport and what it means. But apparently it can catalog every individual by his own, being an ant, being a bird, being a man, being whatever. So they're all going to be cataloged. Maybe perhaps we're already in a way cataloged, at least those who have participated in the test and other things. Or perhaps the GANS is actually reporting back in a way, or connected to a mother system that's able to categorize your soul in a way, or your emotion, soul of the man and soul of physicality as a unique entity. All right, let's continue, because this gets a little bit exciting here, even past our imagination.
The body of the man, in data connection and collection, has a common denominator which connects all living things on this planet. And through that, the variation identifies every individual by its own, being an ant, being a bird, being a man, being whatever you are, and allows totality to have access without abuse. What does this mean? This means in the coming months, those of you, for example, who come to Washington through transmutation or transfer, you do not need to carry a passport. There is no need for visa, where carrying the ideal soul confirmed and held by Keshe Foundation is your ticket to freedom. Which means the government have no resources to stop no one from transmuting. It's an impossibility. So a new solution has needed to be found by the government, not by us, to accept the new structure of identification, who we are, what we are, where we belong to. Why are so many people in Washington with no visa? But present ordinary people, I cannot put them in prison. They cannot imprison any of the knowledge seekers who go through this path, because the way we brought you, you disappear from the prison cells. Handcuffs will drop on the floor because the physicality will not with it.
And that's what I was saying about perhaps you'll appear as a holographic sort of thing, even though it won't be a hologram, it'll be actually you, but in the dimension of energy, perhaps maybe even being able to see through you. But this was my question: how would they approach you if you can't be seen? So that means you will be seen, but apparently there's no matter state there, which again, this is an anomaly for me at this point in time. Someone did bring up earlier in another session about how you're probably like a hologram in a way. Because how could they approach you and ask you for ID if you can't be seen? So let's continue.
Then you understand why and how we're taking time for everything to fall in place that is ready for it to go. If you're knowledgeable about the structure of the political structure of what we call this planet, there is a very similar pattern with all of them. They all run their business every 4 years, and somehow it's 20, 24, 28, and the rest of it. Elections rounds between the 2 years in between, that the world leaders can interact with each other and have a same-term connections. Many nations around this planet have sequentially set their presidential elections and prime ministerial elections to fall near enough to the double digit 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, that they can establish a long-term relationship with the American presidency. And we will use this structure, which means we bring everything into coordination with the government in the time of the presidency. That allows all the new presidents to bring the new acceptance of the new technology, new transportation, and everything else together. I will explain more and more in the coming weeks and months how this new password works. How will become the point of peace. You cannot travel if you carry arms. You cannot travel if you have set to harm anyone. You will not travel if your aim in your soul of physicality and in your mind and emotion is to create problem. One of the biggest crime would be someone who tries to break this code, because the crime is for themselves. They bring separation between the soul and the soul of physicality. This is how strong it'll be. So in the coming time, those of you who travel with transmutation or the new flight system now in the hand of the people, which will be brought out gradually, will be shown in Iran, will bring the need and make it necessary for governments to restructure, abolishment of borders, abolishing the passport control, abolishing the wealth control. In a way, everybody makes wealth and it's right across everyone's use. You already know this structure. The pension policy is the basic of this thing. The national health policies are part of this structure. The what we call unemployment benefits in some nations is part of the same policy, but now become globally acceptable, has to be. And the new what we call passports or ID presentation kept by a data that we all accept will abolish all the things which man has made in past centuries to control wealth and who's wealthier, which nation is bigger and which nation is smaller, and the rest of it. The lies which we have accepted, even in our geographical presentation of our own planet, all this will come to an end. Europe and Asia has been made so big, that America has been made so big, and Africa in the present plans were made so small. But if you look at the actual data, Africa is bigger than the whole lot put together in some cases. White have decided Africa black, so if it shows a small, it diminishes its value as whatever it is. So I was talking very recently, and even today with another knowledge seeker. You go from Rome to Beijing, it's something like 6,800, 700 miles, covering Central Europe to the east of Asia. But if you go from 2 points of the top of Africa, from point to point, it's 7,500 miles. Africa is bigger than the whole of Europe and part of Asia put together. But we've been created that image. We bring that equality in. We bring.
Okay, so we haven't even gotten our maps correct of what we see in the size of the landmass of the United States compared to Africa. Just look at any map. Most maps, I would say, have the same sort of, to try to diminish the others. And again, this is all coming to an end. So I think we're going through a huge house cleaning and reconstruction of so many things on this planet from the maps on upward. And we trust them so thoroughly because, hey, they've been created by experts. They must have measured. They must have known these things. Let's go to the, I'm going to just slide this. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to go to a clip. We govern as one nation. So this is what's in a way coming up. And we start at 47. So we're going to just scroll past this and we're going to go to about minute 47. Again, this transcript is beautiful. It may not be perfect. There's probably a couple of small errors in it, but it's really, it's beautiful reading for anyone. And again, it's imagining these things that we never thought were possible. So we're very thankful to the creators of the transcripts. But let's start here. We govern at one nation. It's an excerpt from 549, starting at, I think it's 47 minutes and 22 seconds.
The principle with what we said and what we'll do is the establishment of the one nation passport, one nation food, one nation understanding and comfort for every existing living things on this planet. And we enforce it because we have the knowledge, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and we have systems which will deliver it. The gun policy becomes a peace policy. The gun policy becomes a plasma policy. Gun policy becomes world peace policy, where superiority by gun does not make a nation powerful, but makes a nation shameful. You'll understand what this means in the coming time. So today, as is the celebration of the establishment of the Universal Council, tomorrow we set out and we announce the establishment of one nation passport. One nation passport where your soul carries your fingerprint. And this is why in the past couple of weeks I was explaining the difference between the fingerprint of the man and the fingerprint of the emotion and the soul of the man. In a coming time, in a very short time, by creating conditional transportation in masses, creation of systems which can transmute in masses will automatically end to nationalism, end to the racism, end to hunger of the man, end to poverty, in the essence that everybody has what they need at the time they need. And we set up the YouTube channel to show this physically, directly, that every one of you learns and understands. I hope you as knowledge seekers and your children, and the rest of it, and every being on this planet will start understanding the change. When we released materials, when we released technologies, everybody told us step by step, why don't you release all of it? Because mankind was not ready. But mankind needs to understand that it can be ready. It can make itself ready for the changes to come and to what it needs to be done and what it needs to create the condition of equality through understanding of the production and creation of plasma as what I call energy for peace. And understanding this process, changing this condition, is not for us, but is for humanity to understand what is to come, what will bring that change, what it needs to be done. In the first group of people which will transmute will be those who have been with us in the last process of the last Friday. In the Friday session, the first transmutation people which will take with us to Washington will be those who participated in the 4 sessions of this July, August, September, and October. We'll provide all the facilities for the transmutation. And we create a condition for transmutation, individually or collectively. We announce, we let you know how and the way it'll be done. It's your decision to be part of it or not to be part of it.
So it does sound like he said, we provide all the facilities for transmutation and we create a condition for transmutation individually or collectively. And again, this process that those who go through it are going through it is to, I think, instill within yourself, which may take some time and some practice to be able to repeat it, but within the systems, this is going to happen. I experienced something like this in the reactor group, although I haven't been able to replicate it the way it was done there. But this is what's happening. There's going to be systems to facilitate this movement and the transmutation, at least initially, as I'm seeing it at this point. And hopefully some people will break through on their own to be able to achieve this without any conditions. But as he said, if you aren't attached to the physicality, the transmutation should be very easy. But for those who are still attached in a way to physicality, we provide you systems to facilitate this transmutation. And this is what I think he's saying here. We're quite novice at this. I mean, these ideas, again, are so profound, are so game-changing. Some of us don't even believe that it can possibly happen, even though we're participating in it.
If you feel safe to ask for American visa, to have it on the passport in case somebody comes and tell you how you entered America, I have a visa, that's your decision. If you're strong enough that you can stand and say, I came through the Keshe Foundation transmutation, I'm here, this is who I am, and I can leave if you want. There is no one to arrest you because there is no part of you there to be arrested.
See, this is what we've always heard. When you do the full transmutation, you're transmuting the physicality as well. But here he's saying there's no physicality there for you to be arrested. Again, I don't fully understand. And as he said, we'll explain more details as we move on in this process. Anyone want to explain that? Or their understanding of it? No problem. I'm not quite sure exactly, but we're going to see in a very short time. I know he said it's time to practice and your final exam will be in March. And he said he hopes we all pass.
In going to Iran in November, we asked people physically to gather in Vienna, that we go as one team. In Washington, we'll take you all as a soul, as we call transmutation, as one team. And this is part of the work we set up. And this is part of the structure we foresaw 2 years ago to reach to this point. What happens anywhere around the world, who gets elected, who loses, where is the war, where is the peace, whatever happens to one government or one president, will be totally irrelevant. We govern as one nation. And we set the structure for this in the coming weeks. And we have set the structure for it in past years. Transmutation has no physical dimension, and no one in the world has made prison for the soul of the man to imprison it. Even the God, the Creator, does not have such a facility. And someone told me, if you can transmute souls, you are a sinner. You are Antichrist, because they know they cannot control us anymore. The fear of God is in them, and how now they have to answer to the Creator, which is their own soul. Now you understand the game change. Those of you who joined us in the last Friday session, all of you have automatically become part of the transmutation structure for Washington. You don't need to apply. You already applied. And you already been accepted. In this pattern of work, we start in the next 3 months teaching you how to transmute from transfer and how to transfer to transmute. And the systems to show gradually will be revealed, unraveled to you. And as I said, the technology will be shown in Iran as a Keshe Foundation technology, not as a Iranian government or military technology. The same will be in Washington. We are preparing you for transmutation, as we said 2 months ago. You had the first run on Friday this month, or last month. You have a next try. This time we come in a different way to push, to get you to understand your parameters. And you got 6 months to get ready. November to March. March is your exam time. I hope you all pass. Understanding the process of transmutation with the presentation of physicality is the end to nationalism, is the end in the old system and the beginning of one nation future. Nobody can touch us Nobody can build a prison for us, and nobody can kill us, because we are in the dimension of the energy fields, not in the dimension of physicality. I hope you understand what the message is today. And I hope if you haven't understood, I explain it to you. Today we announce the establishment of one nation governing policy by you and not by anybody else, and run by the total collective soul of the man in what the mankind is ready to accept and to be equal. Not by color and race, not by religion, not by creed, and not by which planet, which part of the universe it came from, as we are all welcome to be as part of the Creator's collection of created things. Thank you very much for today. I hope you understood. And announcing the establishment of the one passport policy, as I call it, one soul policy, one nation for the whole of this planet, it brings us to a new dimension. And this time we're delivering through the Keshe Foundation, and not in conjunction with any organization or any government. It's for the government to understand the governing comes through the soul and not through the physicality of the man. But in time we'll see the change. We still work in the dimension of physical life to support life, but at the same time, gradually we bring the process of transmutation that man sees the new future and the end. As I said at the beginning of today's session, what has come, what will become, is what it says. Energy of peace, the energy of plasma. Plasma technology will bring peace for man and will create a condition for peace. And the only way to that is to full transmutation, understanding work, and to be able to do and to teach everyone to do it. And then you understand, man will be free from the shackles of today. And I hope by this time next year, I hope we achieve to bring new policies, new conditions, that when we arrive into October, September time next year, United Nations accepts the one nation policy. And maybe not next year, the year after, we bring an end to all this mayhem which man has created by himself on the imaginary lines, building walls and creating every barrier, which will be laughing stock for those who stand and look at it in a few months' time. Build any kind of wall, from concrete to mine it, to bomb it. You have not made a bomb for the soul of the man, then you can do anything with it. When I hear the American government pushing that they're going to make new defense lines over the Mexican border, and other lines are mining that no one can cross, it brings me back to the memory of the Genghis Khan, and when the man used to use arrows in the castles, they were safe till they brought in the Chinese gunpowder and they could fly over. They never needed to use an arrow. And then with the planes and jets, all these walls and castles all became obsolete. And now with the travel of the soul of the man and transmutation, these walls and barriers between nations become obsolete.
Okay, so that was quite an announcement by Mr. Keshe about what's coming. Governments want to drag their feet. He's moving straight away ahead. And it looks like there is no stopping it, as even the Creator has not made a prison for the soul of the man. Doesn't even have that capability. So again, this is beyond our imagination, but it's here. It's still step by step, but this is the direction the foundation is moving, and it's to bring the borders down in a way. I think the nations will still exist, but the borders will be dissolved. Anyone want to make any comments about this? But this is what the transmutation will show. There's no need for borders anymore. There's no need for individual nations either, but that may take a little bit more time, or it may take another generation. We don't know. We'll see how we get along with this whole process, but it's being shown and it's not going to be stopped, as I understand it. It's been set by the universal community, and again, it's just an amazing process. In a way, most of the planet hasn't got a clue about what's to arrive or what's here, but the world leaders do, and so don't the religious leaders, and this is where we're seeing the resistance. But in a way, they'll relent in time. They'll have to, because they don't have any control over this whole process. And no one can say we can't be here or we can't be there, or if you want me to leave, I'll leave. There's no problem. So we should feel proud and humble at the same time that we're here to help bring this change to a much larger population that doesn't even have a clue, still fighting every day in the physicality for a little bit of energy, a little bit of food, a little bit of healthcare, if at all. So this is the change that's coming to this planet, and we're going to see a lot of smiling faces. But as he said, it may be a little bit rough, but the end, it'll be very sweet. And this is the process we're going through, and you're all part of it. So thank you for being here and being all part of it. Any thoughts or comments, or shall we go to the, in a way, Dome of Peace? And this is something you can join us every day in bringing this change. The Universal Council invites everyone to participate on the soul level for the elevation of all souls, including our own. Of course, by giving, you become given to, in a way. You nurture others, you get nurtured. So this is the process, and it's very simple. We started out with releasing GANS waters, which you can, if you're not familiar, you can contact a knowledge seeker or go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn how to make a very simple GANS, transmuting gases into something that appears as a solid it makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. But this is the first step of the Dome of Peace in releasing GANS waters. Again, they have much more intelligence and much more abilities than I think we've given them credit for. And they were specifically designed that way, as I understand it, to have some of these abilities to connect things. I know he said when we sprayed the GANS waters, we're actually connecting wellness centers together. So this is the first step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, you can join the Brazilian team as well. I think I have something here I'd like to show. No, that's not there. Okay, and this is the Peace Dome, which every Sunday at 12 and 6 p.m. we release GANS waters. Again, it's not limited to Sunday. You can carry a spray bottle or however you'd like. I have it in my car in my window washer tank, and that's full. And whenever I feel like spraying it or releasing some GANS waters in the week or when I'm driving, that's what I do. But on Sunday, I've been following through with this this request, and the Chinese have been doing it for probably close to a decade now, and releasing this. And of course, the GANS knows where to go and what to do and to bring balance. So you can join us in this process every Sunday and every day as you like. So this is the first step in creating this Dome of Peace. And let's just go back and listen. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And again, this is all in a way connected into the work of the Keshe Foundation. So yes, it's something for our physicality to do, but the GANS, as I said, has a high level of intelligence. It knows what to do and what to connect, and there's probably a bigger process that we're not aware of at the time. We think we make a material and then we release the waters of it, meaning the waters above the GANS. The gas is a nanosolid, and we think that's all there is to it, but there's more going on, I think, in the background than we understand at this point. But this is part of the peace process, and it's something for your physicality to do. Now we're moving into this energy dimension, which we're not so familiar with, but is part of our capabilities of bringing the change through the fields. Again, we can do so much with just sitting at home. We don't have to go out and protest or make calls or do any sort of thing like that. We can touch through this mother connection, which is the soul of the creator, which we all contain, whether it's a tree or a bug or another person or a world leader soul. We can reach them all very, very easily. So we ask you to join us, as I had put that up. This is part of the invitation of the Universal Council to join together. And the reason we do it together is because we're much stronger. It's almost having so many different fields in interaction that perhaps one of those fields will touch the soul of who we're directing to. And again, in this process, you become elevated. And it's the giving that'll create the position of change. Not giving money, not giving clothes or food, but giving your emotions or your energies to elevate others. And this work will continue into the universe. When you're in that dimension of no physicality, you're going to understand a little bit more about giving and taking. And this is why we're, in a way, practicing this, not only for current time, but for our future existence as a passenger of the universe. So we'll hear Shweta explain this, why that keeps closing, I don't know. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
So it's quite a simple process. I think we're all familiar with it, but the GANs, again, for our physicality, and this is the work of the soul, the energies of the soul. So let's take 2.5 minutes now, go through this process, which you can replicate it at any time, day or night. As Mr. Keshe said, don't do it once a time, do it all the time. And this is what will help to bring the change. It's the collective awareness of our souls. In doing this, of course, I think this process helps to facilitate the processes Mr. Keshe is doing in a way in the background, which are now coming to the foreground. And we'll take 2.5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, which that process has been going on for years already. They never seem to, as Mr. Keshe said, one side moves the goalpost and the other side has to renegotiate, then the other side moves the goalpost. So it's almost like a back and forth. The souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And if you want to know more, you can go to the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And about 20 minutes before the end, you can hear Mr. Keshe bring a teaching about how to pray or learning how to pray through your soul. And that's very touching, and it's almost a repeat in 2014 when he made that video of what we see today. Again, elevating the conflicts and the people responsible for that, the spokesman in a way, but also trying to reach those who operate behind the curtain, the ones we don't see. And so through this process of touching world leaders, religious leaders' souls, we can actually reach the controllers who are behind the scenes. And Mr. Keshe has alluded to that in many times. So let's take 5 minutes, if we can, 2.5 minutes, excuse me. As Mr. Keshe said, it should only take 2 seconds to transmute. So this process, again, it's not so much the length of time, even though that's not bad either, to spend 5 or 10 minutes or more in this process. But I think it's important to pulse it on a regular basis, just through your thoughts, whether it be 1 second, 5 seconds, just continue to add. As he said, these souls are so low, these individuals are so low, they don't see another position. So it's all coming together, as you can see, the release of the Gans water, the collection of the work of the souls, what Mr. Keshe is doing with the systems and the transmutation is all working together to bring that change on this planet. And again, we're not looking for instantaneous results, as this is not a day job, as we've heard. But we continue until we reach that permanent, peaceful condition on this planet, and then we'll take it across the universe. So let's start now if we can. Thank you. So thank you. And as we've said, nobody fails this test. Everyone passes this test because we all have unique energies that we can give and share with others for their elevation. In this process, the physicality is not involved. And I think when you become passengers of the universe, there will be no physicality there unless you want to transmute into another location on a planet or perhaps somewhere else in the universe. But for the most part, this universal dimension of energy has no physicality involved with it. But you'll still be giving and taking energies. And this is the dimension we're kind of getting used to in a way that's been foreign to us. Even though we've used our emotions when we're mad at others or when we're joyful with others, we express that. Now we're taking these emotions for the elevation of other souls or to, in a way, support souls in need. Thank you all, and we hope you continue and join again the Universal Council every day at 9 p.m. until we reach that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. I think this is the most important work we can do at this point in time. And since we don't fail, consider yourself successful in this process. And now we go to Alex. This is the part of the program we've all been waiting for. And hopefully, Alex, you're ready to come in. We haven't put you to sleep or you've gone out for a walk. Your microphone is open. Thank you for joining us and thank you for sharing your understanding of this beautiful knowledge. And of course, we know it'll never end. So thank you again, Alex, for being here.
I have a special request. Can you grant me another 5 minutes, please?
We certainly can.
Okay, thank you.
What we can do in the meantime while we're waiting for Alex is I know that Dean had made, and Dean asked some very, very good questions of Mr. Keshe in the workshop. I think if we just back this up a little bit here, we can see, maybe not. Yeah, here we go. Let's allow, you'll have more than 5 minutes, Alex. We're going to play Dean's contribution to the questions and answers with the Universal Council.
Thank you for the video. It was so beautiful.
MT Keshe, I am the beginning. As a soul present called Dean, representing the emotions of the English language that has created both conditions of Magrav, magnetical and gravitational, in a spectrum of energy that has taken much and given some. The bigger plasma always gives to the weaker plasma, so when a few takes from the many, this out of balance condition will be balanced in a time, place and a position to give back to the souls the energy taken. From an atom to a cell in the body of man, nation, planet, solar system, galaxy, or the universe. Indeed, the wars of man have been within this condition from the physicality to the non-tangibility of the soul of physicality. These words are from an understanding of the knowledge being shared by Mr. Keshe through the Keshe Foundation, knowledge of the universe, where science meets the soul of man. Understanding a plasma, we create. To man whom has knowledge of limitation of the known human experience, some sensing and feeling more, and understanding that has been abused and used to create a war that is not in line with the soul of man. So the plasma of limitation is a loop that is self-fulfilling. From an enhanced understanding to be able to share requires an openness that is felt on a level that has sensed and experienced the soul, as we all do when the soul is present, when we sleep each night or day, empty to receive. In a matter, physical form, when does one open up, become aware of the next levels of the non-tangible? Each soul reaches this point in physicality at various moments in our lives. It's if we are able to listen, tap into or allow this level of elevation to be part of our moment to follow. enlightenment of a plasma, the cell, soul, man, and others are a universal condition. You touch part of creation, a truth of oneself. One drop of a hydrogen, like in our hemoglobin, blood, can fill an ocean, a universe. The elements of Kohan and the amino acid connection to C12 on Earth linked to the environment of the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen and nitrogen and others that connects to the salts which sit within the plasma of the environment of the planet Earth. A man within his structure sits a plasma called the soul of man that does not know of war, the one that shines whether you are asleep each day or night. The war started from within one. It was an emotion from the interactions of the koan out of balance condition that created the emotion, that grew in the wrong way, a cancer. The seed of this war inside went from one cell to another. Then the whole was war. Then this field strength of emotion was passed on to another matching field strengths of emotion. Thus the opening up of a plasma, the soul. Human in war out of balance. Then this war is passed by field interactions through a connection to our environment within a plasma. This could be in our environmental condition of a cell, matter, with the field of magnetic and gravitational transferred and transmuted through the plasma of the blood in man. So, soul awake, sun shining, a new day, an understanding of the beginning. A chess master knows many moves before the completion of the outcome of the interactions using the intellect. The man that uses the soul knows the outcome before the game starts because he creates the conditions for war. The game to conclude without taking more than is needed. Humanity is at this point. The knowledge from a condition of peace has been shared, the seed set. So the soul of man knows the game of war is over, done. With the limitation of physicality, it just takes time to catch up. Through my experiences with the knowledge, many souls have been present with universal ethos, not able to take unless given freely, an energy transfer in the universe of no time. On Earth, the soul of man has zero-time communication. This connection to the knowledge knows the outcome before the game starts. We have so many emotions that that are created within our structure, linked to the carbons and others through the interactions of carbon-12 to physicality, with carbon-14 to the field interactions connected with a non-tangibility of our soul, to conditions that are not emotion-based, which is connected to a bigger picture, the totality of creation. A war within me is peace within you. The war in you is peace within me. When still, in the moment, a creation point, the gap between matter interactions, then the war has no energy. It's depleted of its attachment to the matters. Then the energy flow of the universal superhighway opens up, becomes the bigger picture totality. After so many wars, do we still need these kind of interactions? Empty Keshe, mankind being kind to man. Do we forgive ourselves as humanity for our lack of knowledge, our ignorance to our own creation? We shall act as one in this moment, release all that does not serve all. From experience of the Universal Council, with peace in serving the souls present, I have come to know the beauty created when the intention seed is correct, focused, shared within, then given as a gift to enhance and elevate. My wish is my command. The thought, intention, spoken and acted upon, the three wise men, that in this moment creates peace when the correct message is transmuted in zero-time communication. There is no war, as the soul knows only to be present, shining as a plasma, giving unconditionally, an energy transfer. In giving, the soul receives more, an infinity loop from the Creator. MT Keshe, I made man in the image of myself, speaking about the Creator. An unlimited plasma interaction, sun, reactor, that from within, when aligned with the three wise men, think, speak and act good, creates everlasting peace in the plasma of man. So indeed, Claudia and the Brazilian community, in answer to your question, with my feelings, I have a wish of peace for human beings. Other species and all souls present on planet Earth and beyond, from within the beauty of my unlimited soul, of man, as all souls present. Thank you to the souls present in all tangible and non-tangible, creating and sharing your beauty of creation. Thank you. MT Keshe, quote, I am the end. End of quote.
Thank you, beautiful soul. And the same with Marie and Claudia. And this program you can watch the first Saturday of every month on YouTube or in the Brazilian Telegram as the Universal Council takes questions and answers some of these questions by other Universal Council members. And it's a beautiful program, and we invite you all to be there and share and to support this program. Let's go back and check with Alex for a moment, if you're ready, Alex.
Oh, that was a quick 5 minutes. Maybe another 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Well, Dean had asked 3 questions in the workshop, I think it was. And let's see if we can just maybe go back to that. I think we'll start at 2 hours and 10 minutes if we can. All right, I think we're about there. And if I bring up the transcript and we move this up, we can follow along exactly what was said here. And we'll just scroll down to the 2:10 point. And we did spend some time with Dean in England and in China as well. A beautiful soul, beautiful to interact with, friendly, giving, just what we want to see in so many others, and especially the world leaders and religious leaders. Thank you, Dean, for sharing that. Okay, we're going to start here and we'll go through the first question. It may be longer than another 5 minutes, but no problem.
Has gone through a lot of facts and been thrown out with the, I would say, baby with the water. And for us being simple people, we accepted the simple explanation. But
Okay.
it's much more complicated than that.
Here's the question.
Much
First
more
question
complicated.
from Dean. Thank you, Dean.
Shall we call it a day?
Okay, we have one hand up with Dean. Maybe we can hear from Dean and have the end there. That's okay. Dean, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Rick. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe, first of all.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Mr. Keshe, a couple of questions. I know there's many ways I could speak to you today, in many different ways and many different levels. First of all, you said that if we release the technology, we'll cause mayhem. Do we not have mayhem at the moment? Wouldn't it be better to have a beautiful mayhem than the structure that we have in place in the present time?
You never lived. I've done. I lived in Africa for some years. Worked in Africa for some years. Worked the same in other part of the world and seen beautiful structures, beautiful buildings, and behind it is a lot of poverty. It's not so much that the guy from Africa will come to Europe or to America. It's the Americans who are there who didn't have will create mayhem for those who have. This is the problem. And transmutation, when we release it, will make this 10 times worse. When I used to be in China, it's a very interesting thing. You see it sometimes, but it's so hidden. You see this in Europe, it's so hidden, but you know it's there. You walk through parks, you walk through very luxury environment, and you see people with bags. You see in America too, with bicycles, with animals, with whatever they can. They dip into rubbish bins. They walk the streets cleaning up plastic bags, plastic, what do you call it, bottles. And you got to understand, this guy who cleans these bottles does not come from 100 kilometers away. He lives in a walking distance because that's all he can carry. So beyond these beautiful tall buildings and luxury, there is an area where he lives, and where he lives there are others who live who are deprived. Shanty towns, in the big cities, people sleeping homeless in the big cities. These are the people who, when we release technology, you've got to be afraid of. This is where the problem sits. This is where a lot of social structures will fail to do to support. And that's where we have most of the social problems, on top of what will come from outside. Always, when I speak about these social upheavals or whatever will come, always reminds me of Iran. In 1975, 1976, year prior to Iranian Revolution, 5%, maximum 7% of the Iranians were educated. And their education brought new factories, new businesses, whatever. The other 95 were workers. They could see how these 5 lived, and they wanted that, and everything was blamed on those who used it, against it. They fired it, and that 95% raised to this 5%. And that's what we saw. Because that 95% wanted for the 5%. In the Western world, the figure is not far from that. But with games, movies, this and that, and everything else, they keep people busy. But poverty sits inside. And people will go for it if they get the chance. And it's not far out. You see a lot of police forces everywhere. And it's hidden or in open to stop if these people ever move inside the country, let alone people transmute or transfer or come in different way. World leaders shouldn't be afraid of people coming from outside. They must be afraid of people who are inside, who want to get to those who've been up there. As I said in one of the talks recently, immigration and transmutation will come together, cross borders horizontally. Inside the nation will be vertical. People of the poor of the nation will want to get the ones on the top. That's where the mayhem will come. And this is the biggest problem with transmutation and transfer and the others. It will be a big mayhem, without a doubt. It will be a very, very big mayhem. It'll be worse than an earthquake, but how much it'll quake, it just depends.
Okay, and as Mr. Keshe has alluded to in the past, just because we bring the new technology, don't think it'll be without problems. It's going to create new types of problems, and this is one of the problems it's going to create. That the ones on the bottom are going to want to reach the top, even within the nation. So this is why Mr. Keshe is asking the governments to please get on board with this technology, because without it, and when the people become aware of what is available to them and that the government is preventing them from having it, this is where the mayhem will come. So Mr. Keshe is continually encouraging and having meetings and showing scientists this whole program, or most of it, let's say, maybe not every single thing, but he wants the governments to get on board and understand what's about to happen before the nationals understand it, and creates an even bigger mayhem. So this is what he's talking about here. We can continue with the second question, which I think is appropriate, but let's check in with Alex and see how he's progressing. Shall we go to the next question, Alex? It's right in line here. There's no problem.
Sure, let's complete that,
Okay.
Lydia.
Thank you for explaining that, Mr. Keshe. That opens up totally different thoughts. That's where you have the beauty that you've worked in these positions, that you've come to know these sorts of informations that the average person wouldn't know. And it's interesting that you bring forward those sort of conversations. So the next question would be, Mr. Keshe, if I may. When you spoke about you've had some threats upon your physicality. So you've openly just spoken today that you can transmute. So would they be able to touch your physicality unless you let them?
We don't change conditions. For everything, there is a reason. You got to understand, we have thought too much, we release too much information. Many governments understand this, and this is a threat to many structures. Let me explain to you. This is something which we have on our hand today. It's not something it'll be or was. One of the reasons we don't release the gas unit and the energy unit is because the minute we do, in a mass way, will create a mayhem in the world economical structure. And many countries don't like to see this. And many countries don't want even to accept to do it, because it's very simple. And that is, every day, billions of dollars is made from something which Earth pops out as gas. And the government's income, your national insurance income, your hospitals, your schools, gets money to do this, to pay for it through the taxation, through these gas imports or burning gas and the rest of it. As I said before, I've never seen agents of God sitting on the oil wells or the gas wells asking for payment for what you're taking from us. Man has put a value on it to control. And man has learned how somehow to use this to provide. If our gas system is released today to public, and all of you, like a wildfire, start making it and producing gases, a huge income, huge investments, everything goes. Our talk with the big gas corporations, our talk with the big gas distributors always has been, what damage is going to create to us? So we release it, they kill it. I was in a meeting past few months, and because of the structure, the way I work, I was explaining my powerful men in the world of work of today. They said to me, there is a structure set just to watch you. There's a structure set, people, organizations who watch what you do and what you release, and you're holding to a lot of things, not releasing because we are afraid of what you're going to release. We can't control you. They saw when we released the Cup of Life, One Cup, One Life, and they realized how it affected things. We released magravs. A lot of you didn't do anything with it. You can't do anything with it. They did.
And this is pretty profound. The knowledge seekers have been playing with the Magrav or trying to understand the Magrav for 7 years, 8 years, and we haven't really understood it. But he's saying here that these organizations in the background that are looking at your technology, that are playing with, he said, a lot of you didn't do anything with it. You can't do anything with it, but they did. So they may be, in a way, I mean, at the higher levels, I'm sure these are top scientists working with this, but they have done more with the Magrav than we have in the matter state, I think. But as he said, the Magrav is you, but they haven't reached that understanding. But going for the energy reduction and the rest, we haven't really understood it fully. Otherwise, maybe we're getting 20% reduction or 30% reduction in the energy bill. But when it's made correctly, as we know, of course, this is the crumbs of the matter, energy in the matter state, you would get about a 95% reduction. And these are very easy to make, but there are some tricks that are in there. So even though the knowledge seekers haven't done a lot with the Magrav, apparently these organizations looking at Mr. Keshe and what he's doing and what he releases, they have. So they know the power of this technology in a way, an aspect of it.
We release the gas with the same, we release the transportation with the same, we'll be releasing the, what you call transmutation. This is where they cannot touch and they don't know how to value it. And this is where the threat comes. The knowledge is a threat, not me. And I said to them, you touch me, your bloodline will not exist. Forget about your nation. It's not avoiding it. It's letting themselves to bring themselves to it. It's inevitable. You've got to understand. Look at every in England. It was very interesting. Very recently, I was watching something. The military guy is standing in front of the police guy, and the guy says, "I'm the police from I'm the king representative." The military guy says, "That's your king. I'm a king. I wear a crown on my head. He's got a crown on his head. You are nothing. The crown has no value anymore. Nation counts, and we are military. We are a nation." And The structure of today with Keshe Foundation is we are watched in what we teach, what we do, how much of it is profitable, how much is beneficial, and how much of it will bring change in a slow way than a fast way. And this is why I announced today the One Nation. There's no way they can stop, they can resist this change. Then something has to give. Assassination will not solve the problem. They did it in Iran. You think that solved the problem yesterday? It made it worse. You know, after 100 years, we still write the books of Tesla and new things, find out. If they do that, thousands of scientists, they say, why is the reason? And they go into the books, technologies, teachings, all that, and they be unraveled without control. With us talking to them, with us bringing it in a controlled way, we are the best chance for them to at least be a bit leaders for the few years or months. Did they try it? Fabio died in it. We don't remember his day when it happened. It became part of the history of the Keshe Foundation. Didn't they try it with poisoning? Didn't they try it with the shooting? And didn't they try it with the high-speed chase on the motorways of Belgium? I sat exactly around this time, July, August, in 2012, in the mountains of Belgium. I said to the King of Belgium, he said, you leave my country. I said, I leave, you go, you abdicate. He left. I left 13th of February 2013. He abdicated before end of 2013. There's a structure set, the structure will be followed. Nobody can break it. No one with no bite. And let them try.
Okay, again, these are profound answers. Dean has opened up something, or as Mr. Keshe said, when we're ready for some of this knowledge, it gets revealed. So thank you, Dean. Let's go back to Alex and check his status. If not, there is a third question, Alex, and we can continue with that if you'd like more time to touch up a couple of things or anything you'd like. We can continue with the final question.
Is it in the same line of thought?
Yeah, it's along the same lines. I think Mernez was actually the last question, but we can finish with Dean, if that would make you more comfortable, I think, and we have a chance to absorb more knowledge.
I'm ready to go, but if this would be a normal continuation, then please go ahead.
We will. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. If I can, I'd like to ask you another question on a different level now. So my questions have been so far very physical, the physicality. So now we go into this more of a soul aspect of like a universal council support member or a member. I know the Universal Council are all present in this moment and wishing that all your wishes come forward through the Universal Council and are present on your birthday. So thank you for that, Mr. Keshe. I sense on a soul level that if the world understood some of your teachings and what you've actually brought forward, that there would be no more war inside. It would cease in this very moment, and it already has. And this is what's not been understood, that on a higher level, on a soul level, which affects the matter state, the condition has already been set, is present. And we thank you for that, really thank you for that, Mr. Keshe. If that is possible as the Universal Council, as humanity and all the created creatures, because I know your presence and what you've been doing for your whole life and many lives is present here to elevate all the souls, and yeah, it's once you understand this, once you actually accept this and really understand it, it makes a huge change.
We don't claim anything. We just try to understand what needs to be done, and try to set the system which is try to help the situation in a way of I'm trying to be very, in a way, a scene is set, and what I say, the script has been set, and you know, you have a, let's say, an actor which plays a part of the script, and if he breaks his leg, there's always a second one to back up, to replace. The script is written for the world peace. The time, the position, the way it will come. It does not matter if Trump is in power or the lady is in power, if President Xi is in power, or Ayatollah Khamenei, if Iran gets killed or dies or in power. The structure is set for a certain point in time. This certain point in time on Earth is not dictated by humanity. It's dictated by bigger structure to change the dimension of humanity. You got to understand how come man suddenly in past 50 years has gone through such an evolution in science and technology and communication. The present communication has been one of the key instruments which was given to man that covers everyone. Talking about the radio, television, the mobile phones, the satellites, and the future systems of communication. Now we have brought the soul communication, which means once man understands the connection, then he can connect to his soul. And as I said, this is 1,000 years, 6,000 years. In the 6,000 years of rotating around the sun is not in a fraction of our solar system rotating in its galaxy and our galaxy rotating around the universe, central point. It's a speck of dust. The future of mankind to reach that point is well set in advance. Doesn't matter who is here, who's not here. It's just change of actors, change of people, because it's set to change, it's set to bring that change, and there's a reason for that change. It is that magnet on the table with a lot of magnets, which its movement is completion, will put the rest of the magnets in a new order. Rick has got this table with a lot of magnets on it. She sometimes shows and plays with them. If you move one tiny magnet, the other magnets have to move to find a position. That little tiny magnet is the earth and the soul of humanity. Will bring the change because it reflects the change in all of the creation. It's not just because human. Because it's a small, it can move, and it just, small fine tunes are the hardest, not the big. I was talking to some of the men in the space and military and the rest of it before in some of the meetings, and they don't understand it because I call them stupid. Taking off 100 meters is very easy. Landing that last 5 centimeters correct, which keeps your aircraft intact. That is more important than taking off 100 meters. That 5 centimeter landing. Fine-tuning it to the right time, right position, and letting it go. And that little move is more important than the whole move. You can come down the 100 meters. If you get the last 5 centimeters, you bang on it, you break everything inside. And Earth position is that tiny little thing which needed to adjust a lot of things in the right position for the rest. And it's not in the hand of the human. Not the government, not the presidents, no one can interfere with what is to come. But when it comes, it brings a lot of things, not only for what it does outside, will do within inside. And once people understand this, then they understand why there is so much emphasis on getting it right here. That little tiny things needs to be right, that the rest fall in the same place, but that little magnet you put on the thing, when you move it, all the magnets move. To take a new position is exactly where it should be. It's like you have 100 magnets on the table, all sitting next to a hole. None of them falls in. You move a tiny magnet, they all fall in place exactly, and the system starts working. This is what we are working with. And it's not done just because of so-and-so. It's done because it was wrong, and it's corrected, it's getting corrected. And that will reflect in the root of every other. It's that little toothache in the mouth of the creation, which is causing so much pain, a little tiny hole called Earth and the creation of man. Because it's that, what I call greenhouse, which is supposed to create flowers to feed the others, and just creates a wrong soul, feel the strength of his amino acid. And we are here to change it. Oh, no world leader, no government, no shooting can stop the process. Too late, too far. Even we speak the Chinese language about atom and plasma, but the target is set. And we are not here to challenge no government. We are making sure that there is no government, but man governs himself. One day, man will understand. One day.
Okay, I think we can probably stop it there, even though he goes into this whole thing with the bulletproof car and how he went through a high-speed chase and gosh, through Antwerp and ending up in Antwerp, I guess, and so on and so forth. Alex, are you ready? I think you are.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'm really glad that we did that. Actually,
it's just so amazing. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it dovetailed very, very nicely with everything that we're talking about. So
great.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. And thank you very much for allowing me to do that. I don't often need that, but we do need to still do some business. So maybe just gives everybody a few more minutes. Yes. And so I'd like to go ahead and do this, please. Are you seeing my screen? Yes.
Yes,
you are.
yes, we are.
Okay, so let's get this out of the way, please.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, everybody. And I really appreciate all of you being here at the KAKT Knowledge Team meeting on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And of course, that's all relative to depending on where you are. We are bringing together very important subjects and trying to understand them because we have thousands and thousands of hours of teaching that we're trying to condense. And so this becomes a challenge for all of us, but it also becomes a challenge for the new knowledge seekers because they have to absorb all this. So we need to create a forum to allow new knowledge seekers to come in because we need more teachers and we need more knowledge seekers. We actually don't have enough on this planet, and that is the truth. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the advanced transition stage, and we will be talking about digestion. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is August the 4th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have been continuing this for several years. There's been a sequence trying to add more and more knowledge without going off the deep end, if you will. But we have to move ahead because the knowledge and the understanding of the knowledge is having a greater impact on our society as it is today. And so it becomes very, very important for us to ask the definitive questions about how life is created on this planet. And we get comfortable, right? We're on that hesitancy highway because that's the lowest energy state. So we need to know that first. And even though sometimes we work life and life is very hard, it's a lot easier when you get up on the horse. But that was the old thinking. And that thinking always was where one led to another. For instance, where there's smoke, there's fire. And how do you quench a fire? Well, you use water. And then when there's water, well, there's drink. And some drinks are actually fire water. So drinking and food make a party. And water and food are necessary for life. But some believe that alcohol, drug taking, and smoking are more necessary for life. And any excuse will do. And so here we are is searching for outer space, and we see that there are no microbes in outer space. Well, then there's no digestion along the plasma highway to our pie in the sky. And how are we going to digest that pie when we don't have the microbes to facilitate that? So we have to better understand the teachings of Keshe as outlined in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And then book number 2, The Structure of the Light, which takes us from matter to matter. And then, of course, there's book number 3, where we see the origin of the universe. And is book number 3, shouldn't book number 3 be book number 1? But then we understand that there's more. When the one creates more, well, what happens when there's more? How do we create one? So if we are going to another planet, do we say that we're from Chicago or Paris? Or do we say that we're from Venezuela or China? Or do we say that we're from one company or another company? They don't know that, and they don't care. And it doesn't matter what kind of historical impact you make, because that historical impact is only for your planet. That's the one planet. And on that one planet, when you talk to another planet, they only see you as one nation, one race. And in our planet, our race is for justice, world peace. We've been doing this for 337 weeks in a row with Rick Crammon and the Universal Council, because we need to get on that plasma highway, because that's the only way to travel. We are still on a transmission highway, and we understand it because there's a frequency. But there is a transition highway. And on that transition highway, we can go to the plasma highway or come back down to the transmission highway. That's why they call it the transition highway. And so when we look at our MagGraph pie chart and we see that the speed of light is a constant transmission, but it's not, because it has variable transitions. And we say, well, it's a constant transmission, but we have variable colors. So that's a fact. And then, of course, we see the fingerprints of the universe, and it's 99% hydrogen. Well, what is the rest of the universe? And so a lot of us treat it as garbage. And then within that universe, where exactly are you? Since we're part of the whole universe, right now, we are on Earth. Where were we before? Where will we be after? Is there a before and is there an after? So when we look at the terminology and what we did from the basics, we talked about the x-axis rotation of transmission, the y-axis polarity transition, and the z-axis field strength transmutation. We see that when we go through the transition dimension, it also has an X, Y, and Z axis, because we found that the transmission dimension has an X, Y, and Z axis. But if we look at the transmission dimension and we see that as a medium, which energy state are we talking about? And in order to understand that, we have to understand how to go from one state to another. So that becomes the transition dimensions, and you can't go there without being in some kind of stable position. And it is that stable position that allows us for us to carry that message. And so what is that message? So it must be contained somehow in the forces. And these forces, when they come together, they begin to create these dimensions, what we call the y-axis and the z-axis dimension. So this is part of the facilitation of the creation of the universe, because it exists from energy. And energy is always positive, so it has a direction of flow. So that's where the charge comes in. And so what we have to understand is that that flow is part of the transition. And that flow is represented by the transmission. Which transmission? And then how do you transition from one to another? These are the questions. So what we know in terms of energy production within our bodies, and sugar is one of those energy foods that we depend on. And we see that our goal plan is to have a hexagonal gravitational structure. But to facilitate, we have a pentagonal magnetical structure. And so there's a polar flipping back and forth. And as that flipping is going, it creates this twisting motion. And how we do this twisting motion is determined by susceptibility. But that susceptibility has a cause. The susceptibility allows the cause to have an effect. So in other words, when we create this pattern, that pattern is a template. And since we're always moving, it doesn't just go round and round, it goes in a spherical stretch. And then it continues to stretch, and that facilitates a growth. So we are all part of this growth structure. And one of the things that allows growth on this planet, of course, is water. And so water comes together from hydrogen and oxygen. And what has been confounding is that the hydrogen, which has a mass of 1, and the oxygen has a mass of 8, and yet H2O doesn't really balance it out, as we say in the magnetical gravitational structure. But it does create a maggrav, and it is round. And so there's a reason for that. And even when we shear the electron off, which we do all the time, it leaves a hydroxyl. And so since we've lost a positive form of energy, now the hydroxyl becomes negative, and it's seeking a mate. And in that process of seeking is a crossing over of energy, or deflection, or a twisting. And in the process of twisting, there's a tightening, coiling, and a tunneling. And so all of this is representative of energy in motion. And in order for that energy to be in motion, it has to be as a pack. And every pack needs to be put in a parcel, because it's not always one pack per parcel, is it? We'll talk about that when we go to the restaurant. So when we talk about the electron fixation fallacy, this is important to discuss because that it takes us back to 1949. And one of the great scientists, Richard Feynman, never really understood this. And another scientist didn't understand this either, because he said no creation or annihilation, only a change of direction of moving particles. But that change of direction only reflected the future and the past. But one thing he did get right is that it's a two-way street, from the past to the future, or from the future to the past. Well, that part was correct. But there's more to this field capture. So we have the two fields, the x-axis transition and the y-axis transition. But when they come together and they create a third dimension, the z-axis transition, which completes the 3 dimensions, now we have to ask ourselves, what is the difference in position? So the rotating field still continues, and the rotating field still moves. And so we call that movement transmission. Okay, well, that's fine. So we have the x-axis, the rotation, and on that field of rotation, we ourselves can move on the ground or in the air, but it's still part of the x-axis dimension. So the planet itself rotates on the y-axis dimension by polarity. And so the bringing of these two dimensions, the x and the y-axis, we create the z-axis dimension. And the z-axis dimension is interdependent of the first two dimensions. We have to remember that, because that is the ground that we move on. Whether it's ground or whether it's water, it's the same thing, except that one of the transition layers is water, and that transition is between the gas and the land. And so water itself shows you the susceptibility of going one way or the other. And so we call that the pH, potentiation of hydrogen. Well, we have to understand that the scale is always 14. So when we look at the acidic structure and we say, well, it's 7, well, we can also look at the alkaline structure and say that it's 7. We would be correct. And so if we add the acid and the alkaline at 7, 7 and 7 is 14, which means that the water splitting always totals 14, and we can, just like a zipper, pull that down and split it up into different potentiation layers, as we did on the y-axis transition. And we find that if we create an acidic structure on one side, we create an alkaline structure on the other side. That is to say, 6 and 8 is 14, 4 and 10 is 14. It's always 14. And so it doesn't matter what the total of the pH is. The question still remains is, well, how do we move along the different pH levels? Because isn't that what we see here? We see only the x-axis dimension along the ground or above the ground, and somehow we can move from one to the other, but we haven't answered that question. So we have to take into consideration the pH transition. And so that's a combination of peaks and valleys, but there has to be a gathering of the forces. And so a peak at 4 brings you a peak at 10, and a trough at 5 gives you a trough at 9. You have to have this combination if you are on the same transmission level. Now, if you were to transition to another level, that is to go, say, from 5 to 6, then there has to be a balancing from a trough to a peak. And then to go from 6 to 7, there has to be a balancing to go from a peak to a trough. Because if you're going from peak to peak, then you'd be going 6 to 8, and that's 14. So 5 and 6 is 11, 6 and 7 is 13. It's not 14. However, you can move along the pH transition line. And so that is affecting what we call the density range. And as we move along this line, we find that the balancing of 14 is always bringing together the acidity and the alkalinity. And the acid is oily and the alkaline is wet, and I mean really wet. Then we find that gravity itself seeks density. So since oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, the oxygen then becomes of the alkaline state and the hydrogen becomes of the acidic state. And the combination of the hydrogen and the oxygen gives you your pH. But at what susceptibility? So this becomes an important question to ask when we make the cups of life, because we brought together certain elements in a physical state. We added certain elements in the monatomic state, and we created certain elements in an environmental state, and we concluded with GANS products in a Gans radiance state. And these Gans radiance manifestations were not visible in the preparation. They became visible in the cup of life. And we created different Ganses. And this is kind of important too, because there is a cause for having different Ganses. CO2, calcium, zinc, copper, amino acid, water, and there are relationships. And so as we go through these teachings, not just my classes, but all the classes, they're all saying the same thing. The cups of life were not the cups of pandemic. It showed us how the emotional cup can be created and how the physical cup can be created and how the two can work together. And so this working together facilitates the Z-axis transition dimension. So we had the physicality, the basic transmission susceptibility. This was represented in the atomic physicality. And then we had the nanocoding, which was representative of the monatomic physicality. And then we had the Gans, which was representative of the monatomic molecular combination. And although they were all Gans, they were different Ganses. So when we talk about absorbing energy, and that energy comes from the principal matter and how it comes together in an energy parceling unit. And in that parceling unit are multiple energy packs. So not only do you have multiple energy packs coming, you also have them coming from different directions. And if they're coming from different directions, they would be having different experiences. So if you're an Earth traveler, you could say, well, if I'm leaving North America and I want to go to Asia, do I cross over the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean? And of course, the answer is you can cross over both of them. It's just that you would be crossing over the Atlantic, then you'd be crossing over Europe and then Middle Asia, when you get to the Far East. Whereas if you go the other way, then you have to cross the Pacific and you get to the Far East. So either way you go, you get to the same destination, but there's a trip in between. And in that trip in between, you gather different energies. And so that creates a difference. So someone arriving by coming from one direction would have a set of experiences different from someone arriving from a different direction. Well, and I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it? That kind of stating the obvious. So the point is that principal interaction, because of energy being always emotion and always being a two-way street, not only does it come from different directions, but it comes at different times. And we're not stationary. So every time this energy comes in motion, it is different, has a different experience. And it is dependent, because of that experience, is dependent on the feedback. So there we go. Well, we individually experience that same feedback. So when we're looking at the Earth and its principal energy flow, we find it too has a two-way transmission and it has a two-way transition. But there's a certain characteristic of Earth. We call it the blue planet because basically it is the water planet. So all of these energies that are flowing or binding, in order just to simplify things from a perspective to see if it's negative or positive, the reason we talk about this is because this is the way most of us are taught. And this was extremely confusing until we made a definite rule. And so the negative gives and the positive takes. And the question is, can you give and take from yourself? Well, obviously, yes, you can. But that kind of limits all your choices, doesn't it? But if you give and take from others, then you have different possibilities. And if you combine the two, the giving and taking from yourself, you and your experience and your knowledge, and giving and taking from the knowledge and experience of others, combined with your discernment, you can decide which energy to give and which energy to take, and which energy will be flowing or which energy will be binding. So you don't have to absorb every energy. But what you do have to understand is that when we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2, we're talking about a synergy. And the reason for that is because you never lose the 1. And then, is the first one the same as the second one? Or are they 1 and 1 on the same side of the equation? So 1 and 1 are on the one side of the equation, and the 2 is on the other side of the equation. So the 1 and 1 become part of the feeding dimensions, and the 2 becomes part of the feedback dimension. But the truth of the matter is that all 3 are part of the feedback dimensions. Because in order to balance this equation, which is an ongoing challenge, because energy is always in motion, so the balancing aspect becomes a balance seeking. And in many ways, when we're looking at this equation, we are not part of the equation. We are just the observers. But we are also the fudgers. So these dimensions, when we say feeding dimensions, they're feeding us. And the feedback of these dimensions is the feedback from us. Well, who are we? Well, one thing we do know is who is hydrogen. Hydrogen is specific. It has a fingerprint. That fingerprint manifests itself in a color spectrum. And so when we look at that spectrum, we can identify and say, yep, that's hydrogen. And so we have a gravitational confirmation of the arrival of hydrogen. Oh, yeah? And where did it come from? And so we see that the gravitational arrival comes from the interaction of the magnetical force fields of the sun and the earth and the interaction thereof. Well, wait a second. If it came from the earth, then how can it arrive back to the earth? Well, maybe there's another input, such as from the universal magnetical force field. And that is one answer. So when we look at a frozen Gans ball and we see the gravitational core and then the magnetical hair-like lines that come from it, it kind of gives you a picture. And what's really stunning is that each of these magnetical hair-like lines are like nanotubes, and they are hollow. It is because of the hollowness that we can see them. The Gans ball is frozen. It's solid. The nanotubes are hollow. They have penetrated through the frozen Gans. How is that possible? So then we see the amino acid star formation created by a folding deviation. By what? What created that? Is that question just limited to the human body? Since our body is based on Earth and our Earth is based on the solar system, what's going on in the solar system? So when we look at the top 5 elements coming out of the solar system, we see hydrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. Well, look at this. The human body has 4 of those 5: oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen. There's a common denominator, and it's not just one. And why is this a folding deviation? Because 3 amino acids form a chain, and the 4th one folds over. And based on how it folds over, it has to follow a pattern. And so it creates a coiling and a spiral growth. And if it can continue just in one dimension, then it creates a tubular form artifact, like a nanotube that we saw in the frozen Gans. But if it goes in all 3 dimensions, then we start to create cells. And so these are the basic structural and functional units of all forms of life. And these cells have a membrane, and within that membrane is the cytoplasm. And in that cytoplasm are organelles, each with a specific function. So the cells themselves are capable of replication, protein synthesis, and motility. But there's an external power, isn't there? There's the power of suggestion. Well, how does that work? So a scientist named Pavlov did saliva dog experiments. An acquaintance of mine did dog experiments. Every time you walk by the cage or the fence of the guard dog, the dog that was guarding his property, he would yell at the dog and kick at the fence and make the dog very hyper. And I guess this is a, very crude Pavlov experiment that wasn't, harsh like that. And I thought to myself, you have now entered the experiment yourself, and you've created an environment where the dog absolutely hates you. So let's hope that dog doesn't get out of the fence. Because the dog will forget that he's a guard dog of the property, and he's going to want to eat you. But that's his choice. Because obviously he has no value for the dog other than for protecting his property. So there you have the power of suggestion. But there are other powers of suggestion we see in movie theaters. You know, our movie theater is just a place for entertainment, or they become a form of suggestion. And one of the experiments, of course, that they used to do in movies is to have advertising. Well, when I say used to do, what they used to do is subliminal advertising, which is basically outlawed. But, you know, there are so many laws, and so many people are breaking those laws. One has to wonder if there's any subliminal advertising being carried on today. There's nobody to regulate it. But, you know, like the Pavlov dogs, I hear the dinner bell. So let's also go to a restaurant, okay? Maybe we can have a party at this restaurant. Well, maybe it would be better if it was a restaurant bar. Yeah, there's a bar with alcohol. Yeah, or maybe forget the restaurant. Let's do a bar and grill. Yeah, because we like our food nano-coated. Makes it easier to digest. So, okay, well, let's have this little party, shall we? So we walk into this restaurant or this place of eating, and the server comes and gives you a menu. But you're not the only customer. There are a bunch of customers in there. And the reason they give you a menu is because there's not only just the one thing, there's a bunch of things. And so you get to choose, and the server will take your order, deliver it to the kitchen. The kitchen will prepare your food, and then the server will deliver your food. Oh, that's nice. So I'll take your order and I'll give you your food. And so the customer will give the order and take the food. And of course, the kitchen will take the order and give the food. So everybody has a give and take position in here. But in the ideal situation, if you had item one, the menu, and you had a customer seated at table one, would they order item number one? Well, what would be the point of having a menu, right? Or would it be mandatory for them to know what you were going to order and make sure that if you were going to order the item in menu one, that you sit at table number one? Well, that's not the way the restaurant works. Isn't that ridiculous? But in a fast food restaurant, you may not have too many things on the menu. So sometimes it's really comical when your server takes your order. So what would you like? Well, I think I'd like number one on the menu. Okay. So really what they're asking is, how many of number one would you like? Would you like one burger or would you like two? Would you like the medium fries or would you like the large? So the customers all consider different tables. And so they're all getting the same thing. And the reason I call this a fast food restaurant is because that's the pattern, right? And so a good server will work with that pattern, making sure that they take your order quickly and deliver your food very quickly. And then, of course, you want to eat very quickly and get out of there. So does the restaurant, so that they can what they call turnover. But what is the difference between a fast food restaurant and a gourmet restaurant? Well, so that depends on the food preparation person. And so a short order cook or a gourmet chef has a difference, and that difference is usually about $180,000. But anyway, the point is, in a gourmet restaurant, maybe you don't pick the items on the menu. Maybe you get all of the items on the menu, but you don't get them all at once. There's a reason. One follows the other. There's a sequence. So maybe there may be 10 items on the menu. Well, are you going to eat each one as if it's a single meal? Or are you just going to get a sampling of each one? And what does that do? And what constitutes a gourmet chef? Well, they understand how enzymes work, because if you have a good meal, you will be satisfied. And if you have a poor meal, you'll have heartburn. So enzymes play a very important part in this, and a gourmet chef understands this. So an enzyme is a substance that acts as a catalyst, and it's in living organisms, and it too is a living organism. So this regulates the rate at which chemical reactions proceed without itself being altered in the process. So the enzyme as a catalyst is not being altered, but what it is impacting is being altered. So a main digestive enzyme is like made in the pancreas, which is, for instance, amylase, which is made in the mouth and pancreas. This breaks down complex carbohydrates. Then there's lipase, made in the pancreas, breaks down fats. And then there's protease, made in the pancreas, breaks down proteins. So different enzymes for the different purpose. And these are absolutely necessary for digestion. Well, what are you trying to accomplish in this digestion? Well, you're taking glucose and running it through the Krebs cycle. And this Krebs cycle is within the cell structure. So we found that in the cell structure, there's this cytoplasm. The cytoplasm is contained within the membrane. Well, this cytoplasm itself has a cytochrome, which is an energy level. And so we call that A, B, and C. And so we find that it facilitates the creation of adenosine triphosphate, which is ATP. This is the currency of life in biology. And so that one glucose molecule, which we eat, produces 36 ATP. Such a deal. This is one of the best deals going. Can I take two? And so in this sequencing, which is very important, and the enzymes facilitate this, a gourmet chef would understand this, maybe not in this detail, but satisfaction is guaranteed. And so we produce 12 ATP on each level of cytochrome A, B, and C. And in a healthy cell, we get our 36. In an unhealthy cell, however, and it kind of doesn't matter what we eat, because we end up with a shortage, 26 ATP. And we find that the transition zone, the cytochrome B, is a deficient. And we found that this condition is considered an anaerobic condition. So an unhealthy cell has an anaerobic condition, and a healthy cell has an aerobic condition. So the aerobic condition, of course, is referencing oxygen. So aerobic has oxygen, the anaerobic is depleted of oxygen. But we still need the ATP. So there is another facilitator. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, NAD for very short. This is a coenzyme, and it's important for metabolism. And it's found in all living cells. And it's called a dinucleotide because it consists of two nucleotides joined through their phosphate groups. And we understand that phosphate is one of the parts of the ATP, the P part. And so the primary role is transfer of energy from one cell to the other cell. Isn't that what we're talking about? Isn't that the purpose of eating, is to transfer this energy? Or are we having a party? So NAD is how we convert the energy from food into cellular energy. And we also use it to ensure proper cellular functioning and to protect our DNA as we age, to maintain a healthy metabolism and to maintain our circadian rhythms. So, but there is a NAD plus, and that is a form of conversion. So nicotinamide is another form of vitamin B3. And some of the food sources are meat, poultry, fish, nuts, seeds, grains, mushrooms, and leafy green vegetables. And so when we do the NAD plus conversion, it becomes NADP plus. And so there's that star formation, that tetrahedron phosphate linked up to 4 oxygens. So now we understand why the adenosine triphosphate is very important, so that they can facilitate this NAD plus conversion. Okay, so you can't have one without the other. So there is there's distinct functionality. And so we find that the what's going on here. So the NAD plus is different from the NADP plus. And both of these molecules play crucial roles in cellular metabolism. Let's remember that metabolism is the casting out. So the functions are distinct. So the NAD plus is primarily catabolic, or what we call glycolysis, and a citric acid cycle, which is, produces eventually the ATP. It's part of the Krebs cycle. And so that plus becomes a hydrogen, NADH. On the other hand, the NADP participates in anabolic reactions. So those include fatty acid and nucleic acid synthesis. It acts as a reducing agent. It provides the necessary electrons for these biosynthetic processes. So let's remember that catabolic, what does it mean? It promotes the metabolic activity concerned with the breakdown of complex molecules. So we have to digest the food, right? Such as proteins or lipids. And it helps the release of energy within the organism. That's what we want. We want that energy in motion. What is the anabolic process? Well, that's tissue building, and that's mainly muscle. So something is always being formed. And so we see that this all became from the convergence of the hydrogen and the oxygen, which through the GANS process created the amino acid, through the folding process created the protein. And so we eat protein and we break it down and we use that energy to create protein, to build it up. And then there's also a diabolic process. This process is extremely evil or cruel. It throws a kind of point of view on waste. So when we eat, one of the byproducts of what we eat is waste, and we pass that. The diabolic process may see humans as waste, which is what makes it diabolic. But, you know, for our purposes, we have enzymes which are called lysosomes. Sometimes they're referred to as suicide bags of the cell, where they become part of the cell waste disposal system, right? We want to cast this out and throw it away wherever that away is. Also sometimes referred to as demolition squads. They sound very destructive. They're found in all animal cells, but they're most numerous in disease-fighting cells such as white blood cells. And this is because the white blood cells must digest more material than other types of cells in their quest to battle bacteria, viruses, and other foreign intruders. In this description, the bacteria is classed as a foreign intruder as well, and so are bacteria and viruses. So the lysosomes themselves are membrane enclosed, but they're organelles, and they contain an array of enzymes capable of breaking down all types of biological polymers. So biological polymers, well, if it folds, it's a protein. If it doesn't fold, it's a polymer, but that's another point. So we have proteins, nucleic acids, carbohydrates, and lipids, and so we need to biologically break all of these down so that we can extract the energy and then, you know, separate the garbage. And so when we look at these lysosomes themselves, so they're kind of like a round ball, and they have a plasma membrane. And then on this membrane, there are these transport proteins. And inside, there's an enzyme mixture. And so these enzyme mixtures facilitate these lysosomes to literally digest stuff. And of course, within our body, we need to digest that food, right? That's why we went to the restaurant, to have some food. And the problem is that we need to secrete gastric juices. And these gastric juices feed the bacteria in our gut. And so what we found is that without these microbes within our gut, the digestion is not possible. So we understand how harmful antibacterial agents can be if they're not used properly. But when we look at the nature of gastric juices, we find that there are acids, salts, and enzymes. And so there are glands that produce this, and so they're called digestive enzymes. But they include hydrochloric acid, mucus, and bicarbonate. And these are important for absorbing nutrients. And it's amazing, 3 to 4 liters of gastric juice are made each day. So we're very busy. But the thing about oxalic acid is that it has a pH range of 1.27 to 4.27. Hydrochloric acid is at 2.4. And, from our school experiments, we know that it can be a very nasty substance. You don't want to pour hydrochloric acid on your skin. You need to wear protective clothing. And so here we have oxalic acid, which is even more, by at least an order of magnitude more acidic. And this is in our stomach. So a chemical that we can't put on our skin because it would burn. We have a stronger chemical than that in our stomach, and it doesn't burn. It facilitates the digestion of food. And so somehow there's a movement through this pH range. And the result that we see is a difference in the relationship between hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. At some point in time, there is a crossover in the energy as we transition from one pH to another. And so we find that there is a balance, that if you go from a lower pH to a higher pH, there's a diminishing of one pH and there's an increase of the other pH. And then if you go back, it's the same thing. But then you can go forward and it's the same thing. So depending on which way you're going, you're getting a transition. So do we have enough knowledge to figure out how to do this transition? Or why don't we just, carry on with this party and let's trust the bacteria, okay? Because you see, the bacteria understands that in order for it to live, it requires a host. And in order for the host to live, it needs an oxygen abundant environment. So that bacteria supports the host. Now, if the host decides to facilitate an oxygen depleted environment that is anaerobic, well, the bacteria has no choice, but now it has to eat the host and say, hey, wait a second, the reason I'm going to the restaurant is to eat. And so we find that the lion, when he is catching his prey, the first thing he does is he eats the guts first. Why? Because he's seeking the beneficial digestive enzymes. So the enzymes that are within the gut of the prey are more for the benefit of the prey than they are for the predator. Which is to say that the digestive enzymes of the prey are different from the digestive enzymes of the predator. I wonder what plasma school this lion went to. But anyway, so the reason they eat these digestive enzymes is because, let's understand just a moment, the digestive enzymes facilitate ATP production in an aerobic state. Oh, yes, of course. The lion has killed the prey. This becomes an anaerobic state. Well, guess what? These enzymes eat the host. And the lion is also eating the host. So it would be beneficial to the lion to have the beneficial digestive enzymes to eat the host. And once he has those in his gut, then he can eat the rest of the host. So we see the potentiation of bacteria and how the susceptibility changes with the pH, where you're going from a stable alkaline, healthy state, where you support the host, to an unstable acidic state where, well, you eat the host. And this becomes a very important point, because when we talk about the waste, what constitutes waste? And how do you create this waste? So this becomes a very important point, and I'll tell you why. The waste is not just the bulk of the food that we eat. If it was, then we would only need the stomach, right? The oxalic acid would just like totally break down all of the proteins of the food that we're eating. But whether it's meat or vegetables, doesn't matter. We would extract the energy, and the rest of the stuff would just, like be waste. And out it would go, right? But because of the action of the white blood cells, which are eliminating the waste of the body, that has to somehow get into the alimentary canal. So the transfer of energy, which facilitates the production of nutrients within the body, the ATP production and the NAD production, as facilitated by the beneficial bacteria. The waste also gets transported out. And there's a different kind of bacteria there, isn't there? That converts that energy into waste. So when we're looking at the waste, it's not just the waste from the food that we eat, but it's a waste from the activity of the physical life on this planet. So if you're an athlete or a construction worker, you're obviously breaking down a lot of cells. So those cells have to be, the damaged cells have to be removed, and they have to be replaced. This is the recovery. This is why we sleep, to recover our physicality. In the process of recovering our physicality, we reinvigorate the healthy cells and we eliminate the damaged tissue. This damaged tissue is then converted to waste. So what we're missing in the waste product is the addition of the energy manifestation into waste. This becomes very important. Then what we have is that this waste, then we just kind of drop it off wherever it goes. And it's a good thing that we have this bacteria in our body, which is anaerobic, because when that waste ends up dropping on the earth, well, the digestive enzymes eat the host. And so not only do we find the waste disappear, but even we find roadkill disappear in 9 days if we don't physically remove it. If you see waste hanging around for a longer period of time, then you know that something is wrong. Then you know that there isn't the proper bacteria in that waste. Then you know maybe there wasn't enough beneficial bacteria to digest the food. So the food itself has lost its benefit. And since we need that oxygen, but it's oxygen depleted, then we have to eat an awful lot more food, which is to say an unhealthy person has to eat 7 times more food than a healthy person to derive the same amount of energy. So that energy that is within us, and this is what we see with the bacteria. Some of these bacteria, they are cytoplasm suckers, right? So they take what's inside the cell and they suck the living energy out of that cell. And what they're left with is a waste product. That waste product has to get into the alimentary canal, doesn't it? And in that alimentary canal, it has to be converted. So what happens to these microbes? So are these microbes just in the physicality? And so this becomes an interesting point because either they suck the cytoplasm out, which would be a form artifact of what is wrong with that cell, or a macrophage will engulf a foreign cell. So whatever that cell was is now inside the macrophage. So the damaged cell is gone that way as well. So this becomes all part of the waste process. The waste process ends up in the waste system, in the sewers. And I couldn't understand, before they did all the testing during the lockdowns, they had already determined where an outbreak was. And then we found that they were checking the waste. And by checking that waste, they arrived at a conclusion. Well, there's another waste, that diabolic waste, that human waste. And what was very interesting was if whatever was a problem was communicable, if it was contagious, were only the aerobic hosts affected? Or was it the anaerobic hosts that were affected? But the morticians are aerobic hosts. And they were handling these anaerobic cadavers. And they were not affected by these so-called foreign agents. Strange. The waste of the human did not convey the pandemic, but the human waste was used as a way to test and judge. So what we see is that when we bring all these fields together, in order to avoid indigestion, which is, kind of a point of conflict, we have to have these digestive juices within our stomach, which is a point of containment. And then what we're looking for is this energy binding in that is self-serving. Yeah, that's why we went to the restaurant. We wanted to be self-served or served to us. But in our society, we do this at the expense of others, and this has to stop because everyone is self-serving. Everyone wants to eat at the table. So to understand this, the plasma rule, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. That's how we move from that conflict point to that binding point. There has to be a resolution at that binding zone. And so we find that the bacteria themselves are not warriors, but they sequence. So one bacteria becomes a precursor for another. And so we see that in nature, just to convert a stagnant swamp, it takes 6 weeks to create beneficial bacteria. And so this bacteria supplementation, we know it's bacterial because it's filterable. But there's plasmatic supplementation, and that's not filterable. That's not measurable. But that's not taken into account, is it? But it needs to be taken into account because it's part of the sequencing. The gravitational force fields of attraction, that's part of the feedback. The magnetical force fields of repulsion, that's part of the feeding. And you're the last man standing, so you have the choice. Well, which restaurant do you want to eat from? And how come a restaurant becomes better than home-cooked food? So we have the choice to turn on and turn off the feeding. And we can increase or decrease the strength. And we can also enhance and diminish our positioning. So the stronger feeds the weaker. This is the rule. And this is a potentiation of strength. This is how we have to understand. So we take the complex carbohydrates and break them down. And then we take what we broke down and we build it back up. And so we have the ability to create. And so we look at the basic atomic structure, which is uncut. But did we decide which atomic structure? Because they're not all the same size. So regardless of how small you are, what you eat has to be smaller. So if it's too big, then you have to cut it up, right? So when we look at the physicality, that physicality that we create is uncut. And from that physicality, we can break it down. So we break it down into more than one. But once it's broken down, we can recreate it back together. So it all depends on which way you're going along this y-axis transition dimension. And this helps us understand how we get along and create our z-axis transition dimension. It's based on relationships, the balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, and this is what we call a maggrav. But it's not equal. It's not always in balance that way. It is balanced in terms of force fields. So the scientific community is looking at the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. Or the spiritual community is looking at the balance between the spirit and the soul. We take these two sciences and put them together under the plasma science and add to the knowledge. We create a nice balance here. where we have the law of conservation of energy, where we have the kinetic energy on one side and the kinetic energy on the other side, but not the same, different. And they're different, and they're mitigated by the initial potential energy versus the final potential energy. So it's not a difference between the kinetic and potential energy, the difference between the initial and the final. You want to have a good meal? Let's go to this restaurant. And you go to that restaurant and you say, yeah, I had a good meal. You may say, oh my God, that was a terrible meal. Well, you know what? That restaurant lost a customer. So we better understand the magnetical gravitational relationship. So if we understand that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, it can only be converted from one form of energy to another. So our going to the restaurant is to get energy. But we don't say, oh, do you want to go to the energy store? No, we go to the restaurant. Well, would you like a nice meal? Yeah, I'd like a nice meal, but I'd rather go to a fast food place. Let's go to a fast food joint. So that kind of implies a different kind of acceptance of the quality of the energy transfer. But what you're looking at is the energy always has a good quality. Because the quality of the energy is not dependent on the physicality. The satisfaction of the meal is the Magrath point. And whatever you've done, you've exchanged energy between the initial and the final energy. The quality is from going from one side to the other. But that what you've created in terms of energy is the energy of the universe. And that is universal. So as seekers, we're seeking balance. And so in our life, we need to have some knowledge to balance our life out. And as I started on this journey, my own personal journey to seek knowledge, it was very unsettling because many of the things that I was depending on for my gravitational stability eroded below my feet. So, for instance, if we look at in our restaurant, we have a server taking our order and then designing that order in the kitchen and then delivering it to us. So we find the red blood cells do the same thing. They are the cell servers and they target specific cells. So, the table that orders pasta is not going to get a steak. And the red blood cells know how to do this. And I have nothing to do with this because I guarantee I am not a good cook. And then another form of balance seekers, of course, are the form constructors. They have an acidic condition. In that essence, that is alkaline forming. So when we look at the oxalic acid in the stomach, they say, well, it's not burning my stomach. because the purpose of the oxalic acid is to create this alkaline forming product called ATP that you need to create from that glucose molecule 36 ATP. And the alkaline condition is acid forming. And what's very interesting is the moment you put food in your mouth, it becomes part of the GAN structure of the body. And another interesting thing is that we have glands that can secrete moisture in our mouth. And another thing that's interesting is when we were on the transmutation training process and we wanted to feed people, there was so much water coming that some people were drooling. There was so much food being formed that people were enjoying the Chinese buffet. And there was no garbage from the food. There was no waste food. But the white blood cells were working, and what they do is they target specific cell conditions. So this is different from the red blood cells. They target the delivery of food to the specific cells. The white blood cells target the specific cell conditions and correct them by eliminating and expelling what is not needed. And that becomes the waste. I don't think most of us get a chance to prove that. Most of us carry around an awful lot of waste. So we now can look at these lysosomes in a different way because they break down these macromolecules into constituent parts for recycling. They have inside hydrolase enzymes that digest the proteins, the nucleic acids, the lipids, and the complex sugars. And now what's really significant is the lumen of the lysosome is more acidic than the cytoplasm. The cytoplasm is gravitational. The lumen is magnetical. Now we understand the potentiation of balance. We're going from the gravitational stability of an alkaline state to the magnetical stability of an acidic state, and all points in between. And once we have this acidic state, then that becomes acid forming. And then that acid forming becomes alkaline forming. And then the cycle repeats. And there's a crossing over, isn't there? A kind of twisting, isn't there? A kind of pole flipping, isn't there? A pole flipping between the horizontal field of the x-axis and the vertical field of the y-axis polarity, which facilitates the spherical field of the z-axis polarity. And there's no garbage field. There is no garbage. So it all depends on our point of view. So when you see a locust swarm, is that a party or is that a disaster? And what about the next party? Maybe that could be a disaster waiting to happen. That's not guaranteed. It all depends on its gravitational conformation. If it's aerobic and it's bringing in aerobic healthy condition, the locust will not touch it. This is the whole purpose of having beneficial bacteria. They support the host. So when we're looking at our feedback summary, we see, oh, we went to a restaurant and we had the satisfaction of a very fine meal. We didn't get into the specifics, did we? We just looked at the sounds, the sight, the light, the heat, the pressure, the luster, the superficiality, the laminar containment. So all of these were part of the x-axis transmission dimension transition, and the y-axis transition dimension transmission. Yes, the crossing over. And then there was the dominance of the man-made range deviation. So the good news for us is that there are no microbes in outer space because they were already quarantined. Just like us, we're quarantined on this Earth space spherical z-axis, which is a transition form artifact. And we call it life. And we think we understand how it is. Let's go to a restaurant, sit down and talk about it. And then we see that, well, what we're doing is we're exploring the matter plasma dimensions, one which is physical, one which is plasmatic. But man is feedback dominant. We don't see the creation of the periodic table of elements. We just get the finished product. Is it hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, or is it gold? We don't see how it's created, and this becomes very important because this becomes part of our understanding of the transmission spectrum. And as far as digestive enzymes are concerned, they're all part of the non-visible microbial spectrum orbitals, which facilitate the transition of the visible transmission spectrums. And we can go from a spectrum to a spectrum, and we have the susceptibility to do the both in between, to migrate from the surface superficiality of physicality. What a nice steak, to the internal substance of the plasma substrate. What a fine meal. And so whatever your feedback is, that becomes your point of containment. That becomes your Magrav balance between the gravitational electromagnetic spectrum and the magnetical electromagnetic spectrum. So now what we have to understand is that wherever we are on this transmission spectrum, there's always one step beyond. And it's one step beyond in both directions because it's a two-way street. So the z-axis transition dimension has to do with the communication, and it has to stay within this range transition, right? So we have to understand that the releasing of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy, right? We have to digest the food before we can get the benefit. The field release has to precede the field capture, doesn't it? The enzymes have to do the job before we can absorb the energy. The giving has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. And motion cannot exist without coexistence, just like the coenzymes, because motion is a product of existence. So motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. So we have to tune ourselves, and we see that the plasma tuning is dominant, and it precedes the physical tuning. And yet that tuning is dominant for us. This is where the problem comes in the transition. That range transition is by nearness and proximity of the X and Y axis interaction, and not by distance. So the Z-axis transition dimension, it's not man space-centric or Earth space-centric, not even sun space-centric. It is a containment within the dimension, and that the proximity of that dimension is what's important. And there's a nature of pressure. There's a nature of pressure on that dimension. And there are three transmission dimensions. We haven't discussed what the message is and how the message is contained. We're still trying to figure out which transmission dimension is within the folding deviation. So we say, well, the digestion is of food, energy, and waste. So digestion is the matter state transition. And as part of the blueprint state, we find that the microbes facilitate field balancing through the digestion process. And we see that every state is uncut, whether it's on the lowest energy of physicality or the highest energy state. Cost of components. There's the preparer of the food in the kitchen. And don't forget about the people who deliver the supplies to the restaurant. We have to take a lot more into account. And so when we talk about the new atomic mass, we have to understand neutron mass equals what we see as the proton mass plus the electron mass plus the mass of the PM ticks, plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. So all of this mass is constantly balancing and positioning. And it does this through different energy levels. And that's how the totality is achieved. And that's what we need to understand. If we're going to target our way to outer space, we have to, understand the range between the gravitational and magnetical fields and the materialization and dematerialization fields. Because this is all part of our reality dimension. So the transition is from one gravitationally stable point to another gravitationally stable point in some other space. And so that helps us understand the plasma shift between the different energy states. And we're going to discuss that more very shortly. But right now we have to understand that the communication is done by the feedback and feeding manifestation. And our antenna needs to be tuned. That tuning is the transition between the various lines of transmission. But it's an equation, it's a balance. So the selection of one force is magnetical and balanced by the forced selection of another gravitational force. I say, well, wait a second, the gravitational is the giver and the magnetical then must be the taker. Sure. The gravitational force is the feeding force. And as it feeds to the magnetical, then it can give again. And so these resulting selections of magnetical force fields feed the MAGRAV manifestation. So these manifestations can be selected and predetermined by choosing the peace dome of intention. So the range transition affects standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. We have to understand that the z-axis transition is balanced to and from the peace dome. And so where is this peace dome? So we have to understand that the plasma balance is engulfed within the knowledge and wisdom, because that gives us deeper insight. And experience will change a man's perspective. It allows us to reflect on life. And if we do this properly, then the misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. Any historical reference becomes meaningless. The pH balance is seeking a polar balance, and the plasma balance is always uncut. And so this is something to reflect upon. So when we look at the pH of the MAGRAV and we see that there are many points on the perspective scale, when we look at the many points on the polar scale, but there are two scales. And so we try and figure out that motion, and we try and unravel it, flatten it out, if you will. But our planet is a sphere. And it is a neutral 7 on the pH scale. It's a bountiful planet. It provides everything. But the bloodletting is turning the planet red. We have to balance it out with the pH of peace, as you can see in the many points of the dove. Whatever you do with the pH of peace, it always balances out to 14. So we are now doing the transmutation testing, and we're getting ready for the second of a series of 4, starting this month. The transmutation test to understand how well we learned our lessons. And we need more lessons to learn. We have more things to discover. We're just really in kindergarten, aren't we? So the research teams are being called out. Join them. This is the new frontier, because since March 15th of 2024, we have a new selection of process for making choices to go from that bountiful space of Earth space to that transmutation space of outer space. It cannot be done in physicality, and has to go through that graceful space of our inner space, that greater oneness which we've been trying to transcend the limitations of nuclear science for 549 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops. And in many ways, nothing has changed. And the reason for it is because we're talking about harnessing the energies of the universe, because we are one and one with the universe. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And there's a World Peace Treaty. We need to sign it. If we don't sign it, and if we don't mean what we say, forget about joining the universal community. We are already part of the universal community. So what causes the transition of this Z-axis dimension? And is the man the reactor of a 3-dimensional universe? And can man find heaven through the field transition? Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Answer these questions, because microbes cannot transition the dimensions of history. Here's another question. Can we digest a new process of plasmatic field in the physical transmission dimensions? How about that? Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Thank you all for allowing me to present.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I mean, that was quite a large meal you served up here. It may take some time to digest. Normally, when I just eat a piece of bread, I don't think much of it, but we can see there's a lot of things going on within this universe. But let's open it up to the panelists and see if they have any questions or comments about the presentation. Anyone want to step forward or open your mic?
There's a lot to digest, and the meeting's gone on for a long time. Thank you all for allowing me to continue doing these presentations. I enjoy them very much. And I will endeavor to do my best next week. Mark, thanks for
Yeah,
coordinating everything.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's just an amazing amount of interactions. I don't know if we'll ever see them. Maybe we will if we can go inside the body itself and watch some of these processes in the future. Is this the way we go into outer spaces, through our understanding our digestive system in a way? Or all of these things? I think I got lost somewhere in the alimentary canal.
Okay.
Gail is ready.
Yes,
Come on
Gail.
in.
I don't know if I am. I understand from what Mr. Keshe says that, yes, we're going to change the way we look a lot. And I mean, the physicality. So does it mean, you know, when you look at all the things that our body does to actually get to the energy state, so all of this will kind of like, it will continue to do digestion and all sorts of things, but not in a matter state. Is that the way I understand it? I mean, that's the way I understand it. And when you look at our solar system and you sort of make an analogy that it has different things that it does. One planet may be a digestive system, so on. So and yet, when you think about it, it's waste. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any more matter state. And in the universe, it's less than 5% is in the matter state. Very interesting. I don't know if I've said it properly, but
Okay, first of all, yes, you have said it properly. So let's give ourselves some credit. You're doing a fabulous job. Okay, that's a terrific question, and you need to have confidence. I'm not scolding you. I'm just saying this is something that we have to have confidence in our knowledge.
definitely.
And you have an extensive amount of knowledge, so there's no reason to apologize for the question. It just becomes a matter of applying our knowledge and understanding that, first of all, if you have a spherical maggraph and you look at our conformity, the only thing that is kind of corresponding to the spherical nature is our crown. And even then we sometimes want to put a ring around it. But the thing is that the top part of the head, and because of the situation with the blood, that's what solves the problem for us. The blood circulates around the brain, but the blood circulates throughout the body. And so what was a discovery for me, and not too long ago, and I did a class on that, was to understand that in the facilitation or the creation of the matter state in physicality, the heart preceded the brain. I thought that was very interesting, but considering that we're looking at preparation of the physical state, then we have to prepare the heart, because the heart is intimately associated with the circulatory system of the blood. But what I only found out recently was that the blood itself does not carry a buffet in every cell. And every red blood cell, and I can't tell them all apart, they all kind of look the same, but each red blood cell is a conveyor, is a hostess, if you will, is a waitress, a server, delivering nutrients. So at some place it has to pick up these nutrients. So we understand it comes from the liver. But how does the liver know? Because, it doesn't have a cell phone to communicate. So there has to be a communication mechanism, and it's certainly not words. So it's what we call emotion. And so that's connected to the heart. So isn't that a good thing? So I think the heart is fairly cognizant of all the conditions of the body. And so is judicious in ordering the right nutrients for the right cell. And so as each red blood cell is heading on that conveyance, the blood vessels, then it carries that nutrition. And it doesn't, stop at every door and knock on every door and says, is this the place that ordered the pizza? No, okay, I'll try the next door. No, it knows specifically, it is targeted specifically. And so it only knocks on one door, and that's the cell that's ordered the pizza. So there you go. Very specific. But as far as the brain is concerned, it goes around the brain. So the blood is not delivering that nutrition to the brain. So what is it delivering nutrition to? So it's delivering nutrition to that containment of the brain, which is physical. And then that containment extends to the rest of the physicality of the body. Well, the rest of the body is not spherical. So we have this dichotomy here, where the brain and the internal workings of the brain are within the red blood cell circulation and part of the plasma state. And the physical body, where the red blood cells are now circulating within the body is part of the physical state. Well, there are pitfalls in the physical state. And so we need to repair that. Our skin interacts with a lot of things. And so we find that skin has a life expectancy in the physical state. It has a functionality, it fulfills that functionality of protection, and then it has a, shall we say, an expiration date. And then that expiration date needs to be coincided with a replacement date. So if the skin on the top is rubbed off, then how do we, from the inside, repair the outside? And I've often asked myself that question. Or, one of the possible answers could be that there's some pressure inside and it's squeezing out the beneficial skin cell through the pores, if you will, and then there are these worker bunnies that move the cell in and position it properly. And we see this happening when we cut our skin. But of course, that's a ridiculous notion. The skin cells are formed plasmatically, and they manifest themselves in the physicality, and that's part of the matter state. So we have a presence in the plasma state, and we have a presence in the matter state. So the feeding and the feedback in the matter state has a process and a conversion, and that in conversion, you could say, produces waste, and that waste has to be dealt with. But now that we understand that the energy, according to the law of conservation of energy, is to convert the energy from one state to another state. So yes, we would still be creating waste. And then the question would be, I guess, would that go through the alimentary canal? Which in and of itself is an interesting question. So if you're not consuming food, would you have waste? And if you're not consuming water, would you have urine? So from my limited knowledge, I would say yes, because we are part of the process. The water that's within us was not drunk. It was energy converted from the water that we drank. But we don't need to drink the water because we can secrete the water plasmatically. We have glands that do this, and we know that. Well, if those glands can secrete the water, that means we are able to produce water within our mouth. Then will we need to drink water? So if we don't need to eat, then we don't need to digest the food. And then if we don't need to digest the food, then we don't need to drink. And then if we don't need to drink, then those bodily functions don't really become necessary. But there is there's a real benefit in the physical state. And I think this is the real tragedy, because we are part of the universal community already, but we are in quarantine because of our misconduct. So the whole thing is that the attraction was that we have come to heaven on earth, and we are treating it like a big garbage dump. And because of that rudeness, we ourselves are being treated as garbage, which, is also rude. And so we justify ourselves that way. We have to understand how energy is transferred. We have to understand that we are not here, just to have a party. We want to have a party, but do we have to leave a mess behind? The enjoyment of the party is not measured by how much garbage we produce. Unless you're a university student in North America, then the more garbage you produce, the better the party. This is the kind of wrong thinking that we have, and it's totally unfortunate because it sets us up for life that way, isn't it? Oh, I don't want that. I'll just throw it away. I mean, I went into the garbage and I found a broom. Isn't that garbage? And what was really comical, it was a new broom, never been used before, and it still had the price tag and the label on it. That's what you do. Oh, who needs a broom? All that does is cleans up the garbage. We'll just throw the broom in the garbage. Well, I'm not ashamed to be a garbage picker, because the quality of that garbage was better than the garbage broom that I had. So, but it's just our point of view. And if we understand that, we are partners with the universe, and then one of the gifts that we have is the ability to be in the physicality. And the gift in the physicality is not just to have the satisfaction of that fine meal, but now I'm wondering, well, if we don't have to go to a restaurant, what do we replace the satisfaction of the fine meal? And what is the motivation of the fine meal? Well, you can have a fine meal alone, or you can have it with company, or you can be part of a large party and still have the satisfaction of a fine meal. So we have to be a little bit more precise in what we want with that. So I think what we want is to have the peace of mind, to be able to think peaceful thoughts. So we want to be in a point of serenity. So we can be alone with our satisfaction, or we can be in the company with people that we want to be with, such as the members on this panel. And I can feel the energy coming from the panel. I don't think I'm alone. I think we all know that once you wake up to the tragedy that's on this planet, and you see what a travesty it is, and then you understand the gift that we have for coming into the physicality. And maybe we're on the hesitancy highway to explore the universal community. Well, the universal community has their own hesitancy highway. They don't want to explore the disgusting physicality that we have. So we find that the learning goes two ways as well. We are not the inferior race. There is no inferior race. There's a difference in maturity. There's a difference in understanding. But the universal community and the humanity on this planet is on the same level, all part of the Creator. And the Creator has never created anything bad. So the badness didn't come to this planet from the Creator. Our interpretation of how it got here manifest by us in the physicality. And so we were not going to correct that through our physicality. We're not going to be able to just carry plastic bags around and go pick up all the garbage all over the place. That's a noble effort. It shows, a change in philosophy. I'm not going to throw that on the ground. I'm going to pick it up instead. But that doesn't balance everything else out, because there's other kinds of abuse. There's emotional abuse, seniors abuse, child abuse, women abuse, nation abuse. And this is all part of the maladies on this planet that need to be rectified. In our body, we have the white blood cells that do this. Who's going to do this on this planet? I'll tell you what, if we all left this planet, I think the planet would do a fine job all by itself. But, you know, we are a gift to the planet as well. So we should act like a gift. You know, we should be humble and responsible. And each has to do our share within our capability. So the feeding from our plasma state on the hemisphere that's within our brain has to be balanced by the physical state of our body in the outwardly unbalanced hemisphere of our physicality. Wouldn't call it hemisphere, I would call it kind of hemi-microbe or macrobe. Maybe we have to come up with a new word for it to jive. Nevertheless, I think you understand. Exchange of energies are transitioning dimensions and field states. And we have to be more skillful in doing that. So you can't do that with a gun. You cannot make peace through war. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone
Alec,
else?
what is the function? Yeah. What's the function of the lymph?
John, it's the function of the lymph is to it comes in contact with every cell. The blood cells, the red blood
what
cells
does it
don't.
carry?
Well, they carry lysosomes.
They don't have a pump. They don't have a heart. How do they circulate? Just by different potential.
From my old school learning, it's the muscles that contract and thereby move the lymph. And there's one-way valves in the lymph system. So when there's pressure exerted on the lymph, on the lymph system, then it gets moved in one way. And the other thing that I learned, I don't know, I was asleep during part of the session, so very well rested and repeating something or contradicting something. In my learning, the lymph carries a lot of nutrients and it carries away garbage too. And then it goes through connects to the kidneys. That's 50-year-old learning. So I don't know how up to date that is.
Oh, it's very up to date. And that's an excellent point. But the definitive point for me between the white blood cells and the red blood cells is I couldn't figure out how the red blood cells were delivering this. How did they know how to deliver this? And so the answer would be some kind of plasmatic communication. And so specifically to answer your question, John, then how do the white blood cells know where to go? Again, there has to be this communication. So this communication could be the lack of communication, right? Because if the communication is enhanced through the healthy cells and it's inhibited with the unhealthy cells. So the lack of communication is a signal. And I don't think we're in tune with that so much. So fortunately for us, the white blood cells are in tune with that. And they're the ones that come in contact with each and every cell. So as Armgarda says, yes. So they're delivering nutrients and they're also taking away the waste. And so you deliver one and you take away the other. So it's a giving and taking. So every chemical transaction, if you will, is a give and take. every motion is a give and take, and the facilitation of these motions cannot be in the physical state. The pumping action of the muscles and exercise certainly helps with the circulation, helps with the digestion and everything else. So any motion creates a giving and taking. And in that process, any motion begins a domino effect. It's like a raindrop in the water. As soon as it hits the water, it creates ripples, and they spread out magnetically. And so when they spread out, they affect what's nearby. And so there's a pressure. And we see that pressure manifested in waves. But there is a plasmatic pressure, and it doesn't have waves. So we find that if we want to have balance, one of the most important things in our bodies to maintain balance is the tips of our toes, because they have to balance our weight, don't they? All the weight of the body, whether you're considered overweight or underweight, that weight has to be balanced, and then we move. So to maintain our vertical position, then the toes are always in action. And how do they adjust? Because the balancing point seems to be within our ears. Well, the toes are a long way from the ears, unless you're one of those contortionists. But most of us aren't. And so when we walk, our feet are on the ground and our ears are in our head. And so there's a communication between the two. And it has to be very rapid, doesn't it? You see that with Olympic athletes. I'm glad you're here, John.
Thanks for your teachings.
And do we have to understand all this, what you conveyed today, Alex, intellectually, or can we trust the soul of the system or our soul to, in a way, see us through?
We have no choice but to trust it, because there's 73 trillion cells. You know, I'm having trouble just organizing me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if John down in Argentina had to manage the white blood cells?
I was going to say, can you imagine micromanaging 73 trillion cells yourself? Oh my gosh.
Well, the only reason I'm picking on John is because he's at the bottom of the Americas, and here we are at the top, and but that's our point of view, isn't it? From John's point of view, he's at the top. But either way, it's a long way to go. So, I'd like to have something a little bit closer. Maybe the soul of the body. Yeah. Why not?
Great. Anyone else want to open up anything? I know we're running a little long here, and I'm just going to play the final disclaimer, and then we'll end the meeting when that's time has come. But
I can add something.
Please.
I can add something to what Ermengarde said. Part of the lymph glands is also part of your sweat glands.
Isn't the lymph the interstitial fluid that Rick always talks about?
That's true, but it's also regulated to your sweat glands. Because when we run our spa in Thailand, we found that some women who used lots and lots of underarm deodorant had all sorts of skin problems. Once they didn't use the underarm deodorant and they actually did some exercise and began to sweat again, the person would detox sooner. But also remember this, everything you put on your skin within 7 to 8 minutes is in your bloodstream. So be very careful what you'll lather yourself up with when you go outside. Put sunscreen on. Yeah, how much poison is that? So this is the idea where I've done experiments where I've taken a bathtub full of water and put a couple gallons of plasma water in the bathtub. Within within 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes of sitting in that bathtub, you feel the plasmatic energy. You feel it even more when you get out and start moving. So as Alex taught us today, transmutation communication is constant. And like he said, how do you micromanage 73 trillion cells? Do you sit down in the morning with your calculator and a folder? No, the soul and the body does it automatically. And the more we do with working with our own fields and interfacing with the universal fields, we will change things. We will change things. We are changing things. So today was a heck of a teaching, Alex. If I was near a restaurant, I'd buy you dinner, but I don't know if you would like all the things on the menu. What kind of menu do you have at your house if we come over?
Oh my
tonight?
God. You know, I'm such a lousy cook, okay? And when I go to a restaurant and I find that I can cook better than the food in the restaurant, that just, really, that's really upsetting, because one of the reasons you want to go to a restaurant, well, you want to kind of change the scenery, isn't it? You're really not going for the food. You're going for the company. You're going for the social activity, change the scenery, all those things. But, now we find, well, yeah, but if you go to the restaurant, you have to eat. So maybe, we're looking at a different kind of restaurant in the future where the act of physically eating will be supplanted by the act of plasmatic feeding, but we'll have the enjoyment of the physical company.
That's
And
what
so,
Mr. Keshe said. These restaurants in the future, there'll be no silverware, there'll be no cups or plates. There'll probably be some tables and chairs, and you'll be fed. And in an hour, if you're still hungry, you come back to the restaurant for another feeding. But there won't be the silverware and the rest of it there as we're used to once we go into this. Yeah.
well, I just want to, for all the restaurateurs out there who are probably running scared, with this concept, yeah, I have to understand that this is the future. This is our freedom. And, this conversion is probably going to take decades anyway. But, there are those who want to transition immediately, they're impatient. And there are those who don't want to transition at all, and there's nothing wrong with that. We can all make that choice. But the thing is, we all make our individual choice. And so far be it for someone else to make that choice for us. So there's no reason for us to abdicate that choice. And in many cases, we've given up. We've given up that right. We've given up that option. It doesn't even enter into the field of possibility for us. But now, it's not that we've been given the choice. What we've been given is the understanding that that choice exists. So it's for us to exercise that choice, if you will, in the plasmatic state as opposed to in the physical state. So that this becomes quite important. So yeah, if you're a restaurateur, or you might lose some customers that way, well, maybe, you know, you had to go changes before. I mean, a lot of restaurants had to close actually during the pandemic because their income was curtailed and their overhead was always high. So that was a real nightmare in itself. But those who managed to survive for one reason or another, you know, maybe you're thinking, oh, with trepidation, we're going to lose more customers. Well, I just want to mention that we went through a transition here in Canada, and I'm sure it wasn't unique. Well, we introduced no smoking in restaurants, and in order to facilitate the conversion, we created a no smoking zone in the restaurant. So, you know, we say, okay, well, the 10 booths on the right-hand side, no smoking, and the 10 booths on the left-hand side are smoking area. And of course, we started with a small section of no smoking, and the smoking section was a large section. And then that ratio changed where the majority of the restaurant was no smoking and only a small section was smoking. But the problem, of course, is the smoke did not see the barrier. So I always, when I went into the restaurant, and I enjoyed going into the restaurants, even though I was a non-smoker, I always sat in the smoking section. And my company said, well, no, we don't smoke. And so, yeah, that's right. So we're going in the smoking section because the amount of smoke in the restaurant was determined by the number of people who were non-smokers sitting in the smoking section. So the more people who are non-smokers could sit in the smoking section, the less smoke in the restaurant. And then this worked. Everybody sit in the smoking section. The restaurant didn't have a smoking section. And so in Canada now, you're not smoking in a restaurant. Well, that's okay, I guess. You know, I quit smoking, and so I was kind of happy with that. But when I look at the way I quit smoking, I quit it cold turkey. I quit overnight, and I did it before a New Year's Eve party, and I had to enjoy the comments from all the other people who were smoking, chain smoking, and saying how they were going to quit after New Year's. And I said, well, I already quit. And you can't do that. You can't quit before the party. Smoking is part of the party. You have to quit after the party. So I ended up being the only one who actually did quit because I quit before the party, and everyone else who said they were going to quit, well, they didn't mean what they were going to say. It was just, you know, it was just a fashion statement. They were going to quit. Oh, yeah? Well, how about fashioning this? Are we going to quit eating cold turkey? I don't know. Are we going to process people for various illnesses? Are they going to quit being sick cold turkey? I had one naturopath. He didn't want to participate because he would lose customers. Oh, I see. So you're in the business of harvesting sick people. You're not in the business of helping sick people. Well, yeah, that's bad for the profit line. Well, it's the same like, well, let's not get into social commentary. Let's get into the plasma science and understand the magnetical gravitational relationship and the balancing that is derived therefrom. So we are the balance seekers, and we have an impact. And that's the point that I want to make. First of all, the planet is on our side because, let's face it, the planet has done its job of balance seeking. But the universal community is also on our side because they don't want to deal with this quarantine any more than we do. And there's no reason for us to carry on with this. But it has to be done gracefully. That's the catch.
Can you imagine McDonald's allocating a percentage of their restaurants to go plasmatic feeding? and allow people to sense the difference, where you just walk into McDonald's, you sit down for 30 minutes, maybe you pay a small fee, you won't pay $17 for a Happy Meal or something, and then you go out quite energized and quite elevated. I think this would give people a beautiful understanding of what's actually happening there. I don't know how that would work, but I was just thinking that would be quite a novel presentation by McDonald's, wouldn't it? You can try our no food fast food. And I think they'd be creating quite a healthy environment for the people, not only within their own structure, but in the planet as a whole, that we can actually move away from killing.
And maybe we can use that as an opportunity to teach people and have a little,
Absolutely.
and interesting things. They can start talking instead of eating.
Well, your example of a no food restaurant is really a bad choice there. In many ways, they've already succeeded in doing that. I think, when you have to look at the ownership and you have to understand the mentality of it, and there's you talk about the hesitancy highway, they are stuck in the ditch. But
as he said, things can change rather quickly.
Well, they will change very quickly, because we are on that path, and it has already begun. So there is one area that they cannot stop the change, and that is the peace dome.
Yes, this is what we've heard.
You cannot stop that. That is unstoppable. So and that is already in motion. So I don't have the mechanics. I don't have the inside scoop, if you will. But the inside scoop coming from the inner space, it has been the driving force to allow me to continue these presentations, and the panelists here agree. And so we continue to do this, and we continue to have this discussion, because at this point in time, this kind of discussion is not available in the current society. We are inundated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with all sorts of confusion. And so we need to have clarity in that, and understand that, we are part of the universe, and we need to check our position. One of the things that we have to understand, that wherever we are is where we are. And wherever we are welcome. But wherever we are is our temporary home. And wherever we came from was also a home. And do we need to go back to that home? Or can we go to another place and adopt that as our home? And why not?
Okay, I'm going to take the screen, Alex. Unless
Thank
there's any other comments or questions anyone would like to raise.
Have a great week, everybody.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you to all. And this is the way we've been closing out. May you all be proud of the work you do, and may you all be proud of the person you are, and may you all be proud of the difference you're making. And of course, the three wise men is just a beautiful understanding and a beautiful shield of protection for you. And just implementing these three wise men into your structure, I think gives you a way of elevating others, even if you're not saying anything. This is a beautiful protection and shielding and something we can all share and something we've been misled about in the holy books and the rest. But Mr. Keshe has opened this up, and I know there's many, many more understandings to be opened up for all of us, again, to increase our service to the others in so many ways when we have that deeper understanding of what it actually means to be part of the totality, is to serve the others. So thank you, Alex, for serving, and thanks to all the panelists, participants today, that we didn't allow Alex to stump us once again. Thank you, Alex. Any other thoughts or questions, comments anyone wants to make? Feel free. Otherwise, I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end for today. All right, have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the upcoming meetings. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race is on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time in the 939-474-503 room, as well as the Reactor Group on Wednesday, starting at 7 a.m. in the same room number, Central European Time, and of course the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We look forward to seeing you in one of the upcoming events. And of course, spend some time in the store. We're looking for the YouTube channel to be coming out, the new, in a way, passports, and of course, the energy of peace has arrived. So thank you all for spending your afternoon with us today and helping to bring the change, again, through the teaching, but also through your energies. And this is the most important I think we can do right now, is to, in a way, push this through. The time is set, as Mr. Keshe said. There's a specific time for all this, but we're approaching that in a big way, I think. As he said, it won't be easy, but the end will be very sweet for all of humanity, and including the entire universe, as the Creator finishes his remodeling project. Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.